Tradoon.
Girder.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Paleontologizing.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
The atmosphere is breathable.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you're here today. I'm glad to be here today. A little bit unexpected. I was hoping to be broadcasting from the San Francisco Zoo today. In fact, I went there this morning, and I was getting all my gear ready to stream, and had an equipment failure. So I had to rush home, get ready for today's stream here in the office, and here we are. So, oh boy. Hopefully we can do a stream from that zoo pretty soon, but we'll see. It's going to be a very busy month with TwitchCon coming up and everything, and, anywho, I'm at least glad that we can have today's stream here, and it's going to be a pretty chill one today, so I hope you're ready for that. Hopefully a pretty Q&A heavy stream today. So anyway, if it's your first time here, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully you know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. I know I say this a lot, but I feel like a lot of people are unaware of this idea. Paleontology is not just dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. Yes, I work on dinosaurs, but the vast majority of paleontologists do not. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. Everything from fossil bacteria to fossil trees, from fossil amphibians to fossil mammals and protists and fungi and any living thing that's left record of its existence in the fossil record is the purview of a paleontologist. Most of us don't work on dinosaurs, but I do. Anyway. Oh, camera's a little crooked. But, yeah. I stream typically 5 days a week from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area, talking about fossil news, going over new publications, new findings in the world of paleontology, answering your questions about dinosaurs, about fossil record in general, about natural history, about extinction and evolution and all that good stuff. And, yeah, interviewing other paleontologists, doing 3D modeling and 3D printing and all kinds of stuff like that. And streaming from the field during the summers. So when it's summertime, I'm usually out in the field digging up dinosaurs. And this summer we were able to stream, like, I think about 60 discrete times from the field, showing you what it's like to conduct paleontological fieldwork, to collect fossils, to collect the data that makes those fossils scientifically useful. Digging dinosaurs live on stream. Check out the VODs on YouTube if you'd like to see some of those streams. They've been pretty cool. Anyway, yeah. And Duck of Merkwitz says paleontologist in San Francisco confirmed. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I was just at the San Francisco Zoo this morning. That's where we were going to stream from. But anyway. Yeah. Yeah, this is where I live. There's not a lot of dinosaur fossils around here, though, so I have to go to other places during the summer to conduct fieldwork. But this is home for me, you know. As of is chill. It really is, MJ Builds. It really is. Anywho, but yeah, Cactus Jack says, hate equipment failure. Yeah, I think I might need to have my live stream encoder do a factory reset on it. There's a firmware flash I need to do or something. A little frustrating to drive all the way to San Francisco, pay parking, pay admission, pay bridge fare too, go into the zoo, start setting up my equipment, and then it just doesn't work. So couldn't even spend the rest of the day in the zoo because I had to stream today. So here we are. Anyway, yeah. MJ Build says, why do you get to live my live stream? No worries. I'm glad we can share this, you know? I'm incredibly lucky to be able to pursue my passion and make a living doing that by streaming here on Twitch. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job here, is streaming on Twitch. As scientists, we tend to be overworked and underpaid, sometimes severely underemployed. I've been profoundly fortunate to be able to make my living here on Twitch, fund my research and my fieldwork and my outreach, all on this platform. So, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. But yeah, and Casey Snowart, I agree. Yeah. I'm glad the tech issues didn't happen there too. Yeah. Who else is here in chat? I saw Kodali and Matt M33 first again, as usual. I hope you're both doing well. It's good to see you. Fall Machine and Little Pink Pony. The Lenina, how are you doing, Lenina? Hello, hello. Bush Doctor, hello to you too. Niffler, what's shaking? T-Matt Tricks. Teodorus, I don't know what that means. Huh, but it's good to have you here. Duck of Mirkwood, hello, hello. Did you find a Utah raptor? Not this summer. We were digging in rocks that are too old for Utah raptor, but yeah, in the same geological formation, just older. But if you'd like to see the world's largest concentration of Utah raptor fossils, then you should check out the YouTube page. Here, give me a second here. There we go. Yeah. And, what is this? Calicanzaro, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Calicanzaro, I appreciate your support. Thank you, thank you. And you are our first sub of the week. New sub goal for the week. I'll keep things rolling here. Thank you for contributing to that, Calicanzaro. I know it doesn't cost you anything to gift a Prime sub, but it means something to me and it helps support the channel. So thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. If anybody's sitting on a Prime right now that they haven't used and you'd like to support science outreach here on Twitch, well, you know where to do it now. Appreciate you, Calican. Who else we got? Phoenix the Archaeologist, welcome, welcome. Alexander Morrison, Steely Dan, Rachel Darling Endeavors, Gravity 1963, Mayor of Space. How are you doing, Mayor? It's good to see you as always. Hope things are good. Grim Deviant and Cosmological Kev, Arita Ken Wife and I am Morvosh, Sammy Kian and Charlie's Dragon. How are you doing, Charlie's Dragon? Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good one. Rikami and Crimson Carnotaurus, The Spy and One Winged Zero, Will62 and Thing from Somewhere. How are you doing, Thing? Hello, hello. Bahas Mancer and Darth Jacoby, Oscar Juniors, and Arle. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Brachydactylus. I hope you're doing well too. It's good to see you. Hope things are good. Hope your week is off to a good start. And I promised to take my wife to the Monterey Bay Aquarium next spring. Already budgeting? MJ Builds, that is awesome. That is That's a wonderful gift to give a spouse. It's one of my favorite places in the world, the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Pretty awesome. Yeah. And Claire Burr, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good week so far, Claire. It's good to see you. Scrolling down, Sculpin. Hello, hello to you, Sculpin. Hope you're doing well. Queen Dark Lady says, I'm glad to be able to catch your stream while I work on housework today. Well, Queen Dark Lady, I'm glad you're here too. Welcome back, and I hope the housework is going well. The Spy, did I say hello to you yet? Hello, hello, I'm almost down to the bottom of chat. Lottie Finchy says, hello, good evening from the UK. Good evening to you from the beautiful, sunny, today kind of foggy, San Francisco Bay Area. Here, let's, oh, it's gotten sunnier since this morning. Nice. And actually, yeah, my drive back from San Francisco was pretty sunny today. There's the Golden Gate Bridge there, San Francisco Bay, Angel Island, Alcatraz, San Francisco. Down here is Emeryville and Berkeley. Yeah, this is a live cam view, by the way, where I live. Yeah. Anyway. Anywho. Hello, hello, everybody. Like I was saying, I was, all set to do a live stream from the San Francisco Zoo this morning, and unfortunately that didn't work out. But I did get some important stuff done regardless. Why is this off-center? That's weird. But anyway, here's me hanging out with a giant anteater. Myrmecophaga tridactylus, I believe. It's the genus and species name for the giant anteater. And, I think I only took a couple of selfies. Yeah, here's me with a bear. I think it's a Baird's tapir. Yeah. And it's not even World Tapir Day. Anyhow, yeah. Even though we can't stream from the zoo today, some equipment issues, which I will be resolving, mark my words. We've got a bunch of IRL live streams to do this week and this month. Even though we won't be doing that today, we will be having a fun stream regardless. Let's take a look at our schedule, for those of you who weren't here on Friday. Zoo stream, unfortunately, that is not happening. But I'm hoping it can do a tour of seismology, town of Berkeley, tomorrow. Talk about earthquakes, earthquake science, plate tectonics, all that good stuff. Hoping to do a botanical garden stream on Wednesday. I still need to contact them about the marine mammal stream. Shoot. Things have been so busy. And then hopefully a zoo stream on Friday, but maybe I'll switch these around, actually. We'll see. Anyhow. With live broadcasts, usually a one-man show, things can change pretty quickly. So plans are not guaranteed. But anyway. Yeah. But yeah. And MJ build San Francisco Zoo is sad, though? I definitely didn't get that impression this morning. Yeah. I know they've had budget issues in the past. I don't know, they seem to be doing pretty well nowadays. All the animals seemed happy. Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, rare to see mammals on the dinosaur stream. Excuse me, Casey. I happen to be a mammal myself. I know I don't often admit it, but it's true. Hope you get the tech issues fixed. Those sound really exciting. Yeah, it should be cool. Yeah.
It's like dinosaurs don't exist no more.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor. Take it easy.
Mayhem Magpie and their 5 raiders are all meat eaters too.
Mayhem Magpie, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Magpies are some of my favorite critters. They are very, very cool. Fresh from the burp nest. Chaotic Bee, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And, yeah. And Mayhem Magpie, how was your stream? Tell me about it. Hope it was real good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Magpies remain one of my favorite extant birds, and they are literally dinosaurs.
And every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago.
Chaotic Bee, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Black-billed magpie. These are some pretty cool critters. When I lived in Montana... Oh, and this fat creator, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. These quickly became one of my favorite critters when I lived in Montana. They're, they got a lot of moxie. Extremely intelligent birds. They're just really fun to watch. They've got so much attitude and curiosity and verve. Gotta love magpies. And are magpies corvids? They are indeed. Yeah. Here, let's look them up on our tree of life here. Here we go. Black-billed magpie. Pica pica is the genus and species name. Yeah. And you were right, Charlie's Dragon. We'll look up Australian magpies as well. And we had European magpies we raised from babies. Very cool, Mayhem Magpie. That's really neat. Yeah. There we go. Black-billed magpie right there. And now... European magpie. Which... That's interesting. There's 2 black-billed magpies? Huh. Is it a yellow-billed magpie? What's your European one? Anywho. They're really cool critters. They really are.
Just
and
this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
Accommodative Collision, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Thanks for following. Magpies are actually... Well, shoot. I like them so much, they're in my, the Paleontologizing logo right there. They're part of the menagerie that we have on, like, our Starting Soon screen, for instance. See if you can spot them. Yeah, got it? Anywho. And Nana Tyrannus, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Together again, yes, indeed. Nana, I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. Magpies are great birds. They really are. My old boss, Jack Horner,
in all the world,
has raised magpies.
Dinosaur paleontologists.
MJ Builds, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that very much.
Are leading this expedition.
Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Hope it helps. It certainly does.
Just gifted.
Look.
5 subs.
We're up to 6 now. Thank you, MJ Builds.
All those questions will be answered.
And Mr. Micker Mouse, thank you for the follow as well. How are you doing? Good to have you here. And Murph, when does Thursday Birds Day kick back up? Or did I miss it? You haven't missed one yet? I have not done one since I got back from the field. I've been way too busy with other things. Yeah, it'll be sometime after TwitchCon. We'll start doing Thursday Birds Day again. Yeah. Is that fair? And Crimson Carnotaurus, those are ravens who do that. Ravens who cooperate with wolves. Yeah, for sure. It's pretty cool how that works. Let's see if I can find a video of that. Take a look at this.
It's always cute to see a video of two different animals becoming unlikely friends. Although these types of relationships typically all happen in captivity, there are some that happen in the wild, one of which is the relationship between ravens and wolves. They're some of nature's best friends. To understand how the relationship works, we first have to understand what type of animals
and a
they are.
dinosaur.
Ravens are scavengers, while wolves are predators. This means that ravens will feed off larger animals that were already dead, and wolves will hunt for themselves. So right away, knowing the types of animals that they are, you should be able to tell that ravens will get a meal if they follow wolves. In fact, it was found that nearly 100% of wolf kills were visited by ravens in Yellowstone Park, and they end up consuming around 2/3 of the carcass. Ravens will also lead wolves to carrion, which is the meat of an already dead animal, and they'll do this because carrion is too thick for their beaks to get at, so they need the wolves to open everything up for them.
Trying to get to
Without
the
wolves,
skin, yeah,
only
that
the
makes
eyes
sense.
could be eaten by the ravens. Ravens actually won't eat large carcasses without wolves around due to a larger predation risk. But of course, ravens don't get all this food for free. Wolves also use them as their tools. Wolves allow the ravens to feast on their kills because they can be an extra set of eyes who can alert of any nearby dangers while the wolves are hunting or eating. Ravens will also find nearby prey for the wolves, as it's been observed that they will harass elk and deer in order to alert them of their location. So
That's not a raven. That's not a raven right there, I don't think. It's some other kind of bird.
Relationship built on the sharing of food and the protection of each other. But of course, the relationship between these two animals does get a bit more interesting. It seems they're not just feeding buddies, but they're also playmates. People have
MJ builds his weight. I thought this was a dinosaur channel. It is. Ravens are a kind of bird, and birds are very much dinosaurs.
observed ravens playing with a wolf pup by teasing
Anywho,
them
we were
with
going to see a
sticks
bunch of
and
live
swinging
birds
games
today at the
similar
zoo,
to
and then that
tug-of-war.
didn't work out.
They've also been seen playing another game together, one where the raven will swoop down and peck at the wolf's tail or rear, and when the bird flies back up, the pup will play bite at it, and this sequence is repeated multiple times. Or you could even see them play a game of chase, where the pups are the ones chasing the ravens around the ground. But it's this relationship through playing that leads to the ravens and wolves becoming best friends. The bond they share extends into adulthood as well, as when the wolf becomes old enough to leave the pack, the ravens that it grew up with will follow it. Overall, the relationship
Really?
between ravens and wolves is mutualistic, meaning that they both benefit from it, and there are some similar relationships in the animal world. One
Corvids are
future
awesome.
video
They have
could be
background.
coyotes and
They really
badgers,
are.
or crocodiles and the Egyptian plover. But regardless, I hope you enjoy.
Hang on, is that a real thing? Crocodiles and Egyptian plovers? I thought that was a myth, actually.
Enjoyed today's video, so thank you. Or crocodiles and the Egyptian plover.
Yeah, I don't think that's real. I think the whole crocodile plover thing is made up. This photo here looks very much like it's photoshopped anyway. Yeah, not true really, says Alexander Morrison. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, let's see. Speaking of Corvid intelligence, here, take a look at this right here. We've watched it before, but it's so neat.
Can I stay in here?
Absolutely. You can sit and watch.
Right.
And we'll see what happens.
Come on then. Send in your mastermind because it's going to need that.
Alex studies wild birds, which he releases after 3 months of research. This one is nicknamed 007, and it's about to attempt what Alex believes is one of the most complex tests of the animal mind ever constructed. The bird is familiar with the individual objects, but this is the first time he's seen them arranged like this.
Which should be really confusing. This fat creator says, what do you think of the Utah raptor? It's my favorite dinosaur. And Magpie told me to read Raptor Red, and it's amazing. I'm glad you like it. Shoot, I have a copy of Raptor Red right over here. This is one of my favorite books when I was in, like, middle school. The guy who discovered and named Utah Raptor is a colleague of mine, Jim Kirkland. He's the state paleontologist of Utah. And, yeah, shoot, this past summer we did a really special stream together at the Utah Raptor Mega Block in Salt Lake City. make sure it's working. Yeah, we are live. How is the sound, everybody, first of all? I didn't have time to do a test stream or anything, because I just got in to Utah. But, hello, Rhacodactylus, Golganak, Salamander. How's everybody? Paleontologist Jim Kirkland to give us a tour. Yeah. Thank you again, Jim, for doing this. This has been really excited about this. Yeah, it really has been.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. Hope everybody's doing well. It's really good to see you. And if it's your first time here, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name's Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs. And
thanks, Mayhem.
I stream
Appreciate
paleontology
that.
outreach here on Twitch. We're going to be out in the
Thanks
field
again
digging
for
up
the raid.
dinosaurs. Shoot, in a couple days, I'll be out there in Wyoming. So and I'll be taking you along for the ride and live streaming whenever I can. So
But you'll be out with the Carnegie team.
That's right.
Part of it.
Yeah.
You got to interview him about Argentina.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is the Utah Raptor Mega Block here.
It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Yeah.
You see that?
Not a DeLorean, something even better, Pimp Cat. A better means of time traveling, if you can imagine that.
Look at that. Look at the density of bones here. This is nuts.
And the thing is, you can see this, the farthest thing away, we're still, haven't even gotten into that yet. But, we have skull stuff in the middle, disarticulated skull here, just a couple skulls over there.
Ontogeny.
We have part of a big one. We had an adult partial skull that came out of right here. First big adult Utah Raptor brain case from the jaw.
Anyway, so Jim Kirkland discovered and named Utah Raptor.
I've always said we should.
One of the world's foremost authorities on these animals.
But that is a very
And this is the largest collection of Utah Raptor fossils anywhere in the world, is within this block.
The slope here is literally the natural slope at the edge of the hill.
Oh,
couldn't go in at all because of the bone. But you see
Nana Tyrannus, I'm doing well. I have a problem. What's the problem, Nana? Let me know.
As you see in the mushroom, which was up over there in reality, you always have to flip my...
And what's that thing? It's a model? No, this is not a model. This is a block of sediment containing the remains of at least a dozen theropod dinosaurs, most of them Utah Raptor in here. It's pretty incredible.
Myself around because it's backwards compared to the way we had it in the hill. This would be like pinned into the back of the hill here. But the mushroom, there's stuff all through that's full of theropods.
So the Utah Raptor Mega Block. There we go.
This bone, pretty awesome.
So here's Scott Madsen giving a tour of it in December 2018.
Hi, I'm Scott Madsen, and this is the Utah Raptor Project. Today we're going to take a look at some aspects of this mega block that we've been preparing the last couple of years, and take a little tour. So I think we'll start right here. This bone, pretty obvious. This is the end of a femur, so this would be about where the animal's knee is. It's kind of the lower half of the leg bone. Behind here we've got a small vertebra, a toe bone, part of a leg here.
Jumbled up assemblage of different bones of Utah Raptor and maybe a couple other theropod dinosaurs in here too.
This little divot here is the hinge where the jaw attaches to the rest of the skull. Further back behind it, there's an actual lower jaw right here with a nice little tooth row, about a dozen teeth. And next to that, a maxilla.
Anyway, you get the idea. Here's a link to this video right here. And then I think we had
without question. But we're starting to really
here's this video too in the chat.
Our thoughts on this animal a lot. And we always thought it was one species of theropod, a growth series of Utah Raptors. And we know we have big adult Utah Raptor material in here. and we've probably got juvenile material in here that seems to be diagnostically juvenile. All this, changes as more research occurs.
Yeah.
But we now know for certain there is another small dromaeosaur, another raptor.
For sure.
in
Okay.
there.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
And Foxy Alley says, why do they sometimes extract bones in the field versus at the lab? Well, I mean, we always extract them in the field. But we bring them back to the lab in what we call a fossil jacket. So we did a lot of this summer. I was streaming this a bunch. Let me see if I can find you a clip of that. It's really just like the size of the jacket that varies. So a jacket is the protective plaster and burlap cocoon that we put the fossils in order to get them safely out of the ground. So let's see if I can find you footage of that. Here we go. The actual, like, jacketing process. So here's us digging. And some mapping, talking to chat. Here we go. I can find you a video from the Utah Geological Survey about this. And, oh goodness. YouTube search is just broken. Find it there. I think I have the link. There we go. So, let me walk you through the actual process real quick for when we find a fossil like this. There we go.
And I'm from Houston, Texas. And
So she was one of the volunteers a few years before I started with this crew.
Emailed Jim and
there's some plaster jackets right there.
For students and could come out here, and I was really excited. I had no idea what to expect. They showed me the ropes, like how to plaster the bones and how to dig with a flat.
Oh, and thank you,
surface
Nana.
and keep it clean. I'm really careful because I just got here.
Appreciate you watching, Nana. Love you.
This, it might take a day, and if stuff starts showing up like this bone or these bones over here, because you try to trench around it and get a deep like section so we can jack it over it and put plaster and take it out safely. But when you run it,
So that's essentially it. The question is like, well, how do we get these bones out of the ground? The way that it typically works, almost always, is that we dig around the bone, kind of expose what Jim calls the aerial extent of the bone. And then you make, you kind of dig down until it's on like a pedestal of rock. It's almost kind of mushroom shaped with the bone on top, and then it's got rock underneath because you're carving away all the rock around the sides. And then you put a protective layer of plaster soaked burlap on top. Almost in the same way that you would put like a cast on a broken arm. And you're putting this kind of protective cocoon over the top of the fossil. And then you carve around underneath, you flip it over, you jacket the underside too with the same plaster and burlap. And then you've got a fully cocooned fossil in there so that it doesn't fall apart when you're taking it back to the laboratory. Does that make sense? You're like kind of sealing it in place. And then when you're back in the lab, under controlled conditions, you can open it up, clean away all the rock, glue any pieces that need to be glued, and then that fossil is safe and stable, and you can put it on the shelf in your museum collections, you can put it on display, you can study it, you can make casts of it, you can measure it, photograph it, do whatever you need to do.
into bone like this, you're gonna have to make a wider area. You're gonna have to find.
Oh, and here's me jacketing a little rib. Thank you, Claire. Let's take a look at that. There's 2 links. Let's try that. I think the plan is get this thing out, trench around it, flip it. Oh, this is great, Claire. Oh, this is excellent. Thank you for editing this together, Claire. So, flip it over like that. Lovely. I'm going to clear away a little bit of this rock, just a tiny bit, and then put a bottom on this thing. And I'll get it mapped and logged. There's the bottom of that rib poking out right there, so I know I've cut this down as far as I should. I'm going to put a little bit more paper towel on this. There are a few gypsum strips, and we're golden. Nice. Some lucky volunteer is going to get to open up this little gift in the lab to find a little rib inside. I think the plan. Nice. Great editing, Claire. Thank you. Good stuff. And MJ Builds, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you.
MJ Bills is getting
Excellent.
serious with those 5 gift subs.
Good stuff. Thank you, MJ Builds. 5 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you, MJ Builds. So thank you for that. I believe in your mission. I appreciate that, MJ. Thank you kindly for your support. It means a lot to me. And I'm sure those 5 people are pretty glad too. They've got an ad-free paleontologizing experience for the next month. And Fox Owly, thank you for introducing yourself. I found you from a stream where Dan Clancy, Twitch CEO, mentioned science streams. Thanks for the link too, Claire. Excellent, Foxy Owly. Well. I actually got to meet Dan Clancy this past spring in San Francisco. I was invited to a special thing at the Twitch headquarters for like streamers who live in the Bay Area, and I got to meet him there. It was pretty cool. I'm excited that he is aware of me. Or did he just mention science in general on Twitch? Yeah. Did he mention me by name? I'd be curious to know. Anywho. He mentioned you at Balintz the other day. Oh, Dan Clancy mentioned me? The CEO of Twitch mentioned me? Really? Well, oh, shoot, and before I forget, Claire, I think the other day, was it Friday? You had a link to that clip where Maya mentioned me. Do you have the link to that clip? Because I want to reach out to her. That'd be great. Terminator Pig says, hungry for an anthropology stream channel, just like yours? Oh, cool, Terminator Pig. I don't know of any anthropologists on Twitch, but I can recommend a YouTube channel to you. Somebody else I'd like to collaborate with at some point. Let's see. A paleoanthropologist. Her name's Erica. She goes by the handle Gutsick Gibbon on YouTube. I think you'd like her stuff a lot if you're not aware of it. But yeah. There you go, Reikadactylus. See, Reiko's aware. Yeah. She's great. I'd like to do a crossover with her at some point. But we'll see. Anywho. Yeah. The Bush Doctor says you should visit Alvea Sanctuary and meet the animals. I'd love to. I'd love to be able to do a crossover with Maya at Alvea Sanctuary and meet some of her birds. Meet Stompy the emu. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. Anywho. And Crimson Carnotaurus, it'd be great to have Dan Clancy on one of the digs. Yeah. That would be pretty cool. There might be opportunity for that closer to home here, actually, in California at some point. We'll have to see. Anyhow. See if you can find a dig. I'm not gonna ask him for that kind of support, but, or any support, really, no. This platform, Twitch, has been such a wonderful place to do science outreach. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be able to do that. I'm grateful that this platform exists, you know? Anyhow. Yeah. And Darth Jacoby, they put me in the trailer for Dinosaur Fossil Hunter? Wait, what? Are you talking about the Steam page? Because they do have video of me playing the game on the Steam page. Yeah. And MJ Build says, see, you're SF, but you don't talk like SF? Do you mean San Francisco? Or do you mean science fiction? Or do you mean Santa Fe? But you don't talk like SF? What does that mean? I don't understand. I don't talk like San Francisco? I think I have the classic California accent. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And I'm sorry you're having a rough day, non-binary. I'm glad that you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about extinction, evolution, the philosophy of science, any of that stuff. I'm here to be your humble personal guide into the world of paleontology. So don't hesitate with any questions you've got. Yeah. Anyhow. Whispers are great, Claire. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyhow. And Ken, hey to you too. Welcome back, Ken. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Hope your week is off to a good start. Yeah, I'm bouncing all over the place right now. Let's, you know what we should do is a nice kind of, springboard for conversation here. Let's pull this up.
Of Triceratops.
Not necessarily with the goal of watching the whole thing, but just as, you know, we'll see where this takes us. Here's a documentary from the mid-1990s about dinosaurs. Let's jump into this.
Sill also discovered that the early meat-eaters had already developed hollow bones, a trait shared by modern birds.
I think we've known that for a while.
Light bipedal killers. They cleared the path, allowing later dinosaurs to diversify.
1990s CGI.
In size and outcompete all other animals on land. This image of dinosaurs is far removed from the picture of them as oversized reptiles, first put forward
Crystal
at
Palace Park?
Crystal Palace Park in 1854.
Sydenham in South London.
Science once pigeonholed dinosaurs as reptiles, but today we're seeing they shared features with birds and mammals too. They also had
mostly birds,
unmatched by any living animals.
I got to see these in person last week.
Is now making it possible to bring these creatures back alive. Generations of dinosaur scientists have seen their discoveries transformed into public attractions that bring ancient worlds back to life. Today's version is a theme park being created by Walt Disney Imagineering.
That's where we were on Wednesday.
Engineers and artists are taking everything we currently know about dinosaurs and making them almost as real as they were 100 million years ago.
They found a new one.
According to science liaison Casey Brenna, the job still leaves room for interpretation.
One of the challenges of recreating
If you're feeling a
an
bit cheated,
extinct
try
species
blaming the
of which we only
dinosaurs.
have.
Today is the 5-year anniversary of me being paralyzed. Having
Niffler,
this
wow.
stream allows me to access and experience science in a way that makes me feel a part of it without limitation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for saying that, Niffler. I'm touched that this stream gives you a window into science and into paleontology. It makes me really happy that I can help provide that and that you find meaning in that. So thank you for saying that. Thank you very much. Holy cow. Thank you for the 100 bits. That reminds me, we are going to be doing a community survey in a couple of weeks that I'm very excited about. It's the first one that we've ever really done, but it's going to be as scientific as I can make it.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Nerdendon, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the support. Helps put food on my table, so thank you for that. One of the things that I'm going to be presenting on at this year's Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, I'll pull up the page again, in Minnesota this year, Minneapolis. I'm presenting 2 different projects at SVP as first author this year. And one of those is on live streaming. Basically showing my colleagues this is how you can do science outreach online via a live stream medium, like the Twitch platform. This is how you can do streams from your office. This is how you can do streams from the field. And thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, Golganek. So I need to gather some data before I can actually present on this. So I'm going to be doing a survey of the community over about a week. So anybody who tunes in, you'll get a link to the survey. And Obscure Teen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for dropping in there. Because I'd like to get a good idea of demographics for the community, people's ages, general areas where people live, people's kind of educational backgrounds, and any like stories or anecdotes, you know, things that I can point to say, hey, this kind of outreach is meaningful, you know? People find real value in this. I want to be able to show my colleagues that this kind of science outreach can win hearts and minds, you know? So, Niffler, I really appreciate you saying that, and I hope you'll be here for the survey, because it'd be great to have you write a quick little thing, just like you did right there, for that, because we've got a wonderful diversity of different people in this community. Viewers and subscribers and moderators and lurkers. It'd be great to have a kind of a snapshot of that fantastic diversity. So be on the lookout for that in the next few weeks. It'll be after TwitchCon that we'll do the survey. But yeah. Niffler says it's so important for people like me, and I'm so glad I can provide something of value to you. That warms my heart. That makes me really happy. Thank you for saying that. I want some help with the survey. Racodactylus, I would say absolutely yes. If I could add you as an author on the presentation. The window may have already closed for that. I don't know. I don't know if I can change author data on that. Registration information. Let me look. Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? I'll have to look into that. Because I don't want you to be working on this and not get credit for it, you know? You'll help regardless? Well, maybe I'll take you up on that, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. My goodness, Sweetie Pie. What are you doing? Yeah. And she's pushing the camera around, as she likes to do. Oh boy, Sweetie Pie. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. You having a good day? You glad I'm home? I wasn't supposed to be home yet. I'm supposed to be admiring the other animals at the zoo. But instead, I'm here right now. How about we get you some treats, huh? Would you like that? Would you like that? Alright, let's try it. Ooh. Look at that. Such wonders. Yeah. Nice. Lordy says you've got cats at home, Danny. Yeah, but we don't have any snow leopards or bobcats or Bengal tigers here. As nice as Moon Pie, Mini Pie, and Sweetie Pie are, you know, none of them have 3-inch canines or can leap over 20 feet. Anyhow. You know she gets treats for mugging for the camera? Yeah, we've trained her pretty well at this point. Or maybe she's trained us. Maybe that's the way to think about it. Yeah, she's quite the beast. Sweetie Pie. But they have razor sharp claws. I suppose that's true, Dr. Morbius, yeah. Pimcat says, which one is Moon Pie? The elusive one. The one who doesn't frequently make appearances here. That's Moon Pie. This is Sweetie Pie. We'll frequently see Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie because they both really like treats. Moon Pie does not like treats. So it's much more difficult to entice her to come be on camera. Yeah. Anywho. She comes around once in a blue moon pie. There you go, Otter Do It, yeah. True. True. Anyway, sweetie, thanks for being here. You gonna continue to sit in front of the camera? What does Moon Pie like? Moon Pie really likes... she likes to look out the window. She really likes Ios. She's often hanging out with Ios in the middle of the day. Yeah, she likes plants. That's very true. She does like plants. Maybe we can lure her here with plants. Sweetie Pie also likes plants, as you can tell. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Moon Pie didn't like the contract details. There you go, Niffler. Yeah. Oh. But Sweetie Pie's like, I didn't even read the contract. I'll sign anything you put in front of me. Yeah. Yeah, I will. Yeah. She also likes the camera. Yeah, she likes the attention. And she does really like the plastic plants over here too. She's just going nuts on this psych ad. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, good stuff. What do you think? You having a good day? You got some important meetings later? Yeah? Oh, you've got meetings with the shareholders, is that right? Oh, you plan on eating the shareholders. Good for you. Yeah. We need more of that, I think. The world would be a better place if more shareholders were eaten by wild beasts. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Oh. And she's pushing the camera around again. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our video, shall we? There we go.
Bones to work with today is interpreting what their body motions, skin colors, and behavior will be. And we find that utilizing, of course, nature as it exists today, and with the new knowledge that probably birds are related to dinosaurs if they aren't actually dinosaurs, has given artists lots of inspiration in how dinosaurs would look, how they would act and behave.
Like their counterparts 150 years ago, dinosaur artists mixed scientific fact with fiction. But today, they have more science to work with. Scientists have found impressions of dinosaur skin, but no clues as to color. For a long time, artists picture them a dull gray. Since it's now believed that dinosaurs are related to birds, artists feel
birds are dinosaurs, yeah.
Vibrant colors.
And that's one of the things I really appreciate about
Disney's
Dino Land
robotic
and Dinosaur Star.
Styracosaurus, a relative of
Gorgeous.
Triceratops,
Gorgeous.
has
Look at
also
that.
gained from the new paleontology. It was once perceived as a lumbering animal with a huge head stiffly mounted on its body and front legs splayed to the side like a lizard's. Recent studies show that its head was connected with the limber ball and socket joint.
Yep. The occipital condyle, right there, linking up with the axis vertebra, or atlas vertebra.
Though we're getting closer to knowing how dinosaurs lived, moved, and acted, we're still a long way from knowing everything about them. But we're on the right track. 19th century scientists...
What are you doing, Sweetie Pie? She's looking at the screen. Well, well, well.
Greatly expanded dinosaur science.
Oh, there's my old boss. There's Jack Horner. Look, sweetie.
Have done the same.
It's Jack.
Inevitably, the discoveries and theories of today will be disputed in the future. But one of the new ideas is not likely to change. That far from being giant reptiles, dinosaurs were among the most complex, diverse, and successful creatures that ever existed. Millions of years ago, the forest thundered with the footsteps of giant dinosaurs. They were unstoppable and dangerous, at least to the plants.
Super dangerous. Very dangerous to plants, Sweetie Pie, just like you.
Today, dinosaur hunters are using new methods and sheer ingenuity to uncover the bizarre and clever ways plant-eating dinosaurs fended off attackers and devoured vegetation. Experts are revealing how some grew to be the largest animals that ever walked on Earth, and how others relied on magnificent and deadly armor as they struggled to protect themselves. As scientists probe deeper, they're finding out why
She really
the
loves
seemingly
this.
harmless plant eaters were the most plentiful and diverse of all the dinosaurs. Big or small, they ruled the land of the giants.
Anywho, we're using this as a springboard for conversation today. So if you've got any questions that spring from this, please don't hesitate to ask them.
Meet Nancy, the world's largest touring dinosaur.
Who's this?
She arches 3 stories.
Is that like a Shunosaurus, perhaps? I'm looking at the skull right there. Oh, the vertebrae also look kind of, I don't know, not super derived looking. Could be like Shunosaurus. Neck looks too thick for like Omesaurus. Way too thick for Mamenchisaurus.
Into the air.
Who is that?
And soon she'll stretch longer than an 18-wheeler. Then she'll be center stage at DinoFest International, a traveling dinosaur exhibition. But first, a road crew must finish unpacking her 250 bones. More than half are real, discovered in Mongolia by a Chinese expedition. The rest are life-size casts.
I think that's going to be Shunosaurus. If we see a club at the end of the tail,
Scientists can infer much of
then we'll know, because Shunosaurus should look a lot like this. In fact, that one might actually be smaller than Shunosaurus, or bigger than Shunosaurus. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Oh, sweetie pie. You're just starved for attention. What's going on? What's going on? And Jim says Shunosaurus is pretty small. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. I remember seeing an old Greg Paul illustration of Shunosaurus being a bit larger compared to a theropod, but it may have just been a small theropod. Something like Gasosaurus. Anyway, I wonder who that is supposed to be. There's one here. The skull is wonky looking. Anyway, Jim, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope your week is off to a good start. I was supposed to be streaming from the San Francisco Zoo today, but we had an equipment failure, so I rushed home. I'm streaming from here in the office. But yeah, who is this supposed to be? I don't know. Very boxy looking skull up here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. And Pipcat says Jim is in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Here in the chat with us. Some dinosaur paleontology royalty. I mean that unironically. But yeah. And any plans to check out the San Diego Zoo during TwitchCon week? Yes, Petrodactylus, yes. I may or may not be doing a stream from there, but I'll definitely be going to the zoo. Pretty excited about it. Anyway, I'm not sure who this is supposed to be.
Just 3 stories into the air.
Nancy.
And soon she'll stretch longer than an 18-wheeler.
Let's look that up real quick. Nancy sauropod dinosaur. China. Oh, Euhelopus. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Although the neck seemed way too short there, but it might be a juvenile specimen or something. Yeah, Euhelopus is one of these early... I'm not even sure if they're neosauropods. They probably are. Is it like an early neosauropod? Yeah, similar to Mamenchisaurus, but its affinities are controversial. Oh. Most studies favor a close relationship between Euhelopus and Titanosaurs rather than Mamenchisaurus. Interesting. Oh wait. I hope this is not taking us on a wild goose chase here. Nancy Stevens is our lead here. Yeah. It's probably not Euhelopus, actually. I don't know who that is.
Stage at DinoFest International, a traveling dinosaur exhibition. But first, a road crew must finish unpacking her 250 bones. More than half are real, discovered in Mongolia by a Chinese expedition.
Oh, Mongolia. So, it's a sauropod dinosaur from Mongolia. Mongolian sauropod dinosaur. Mongolia. Let's see. Again, Nancy Stevens, author. Hey, that's a false lead. Minus Stevens. Let's see if that. Yeah, I don't know. Shoot. It can't be Nemegtosaurus. Not with that skull. I don't know who that's supposed to be.
The rest are life-size casts. From her frame, scientists can infer much about how she lived, the adaptations and defenses that made her a success.
It's almost a titanosaur-like pelvis.
Her best weapon and most useful attribute. 8-foot ribs once walled in a stomach so big that massive amounts of food might spend days inside, being converted to energy. Long legs as thick as tree trunks could carry her crushing weight for miles with minimal exertion.
I wonder if this critter's been described yet. It might be like Mongolian titanosaur in debt, you know?
As they pounded the ground, they left a trail of craters revealing clues to the way she moved and where she went. Nancy's one of a group of the largest dinosaurs called sauropods.
That neck seems way too short.
They're
Huh, that's bizarre. Anyway, somebody in the chat had a question. If these guys would have fought with their necks kind of like giraffes do. Retzel was asking this. Great question, Retzel. Here, I can find you a clip of another dinosaur, a titanosaur, from prehistoric planet. This is speculative, but it's cool. It's nice for trying to imagine how these animals would have interacted with one another.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Naderfiend, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much.
How did non-dinosaurs such as turtles, crocs, snakes, scorpions, birds, asterisk etc. fill out the dinosaurian ecosystem? Like, were they mainly prey and annoyance, or did they occasionally prey upon dinos?
There are certain non-dinosaurian critters that probably would have preyed on dinosaurs during the Age of Dinosaurs. Crocodilians are the first one that leap to mind for me. There were some crocs that were really, really big during the age of the dinosaurs. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way, Nader. Critters like Deinosuchus, an enormous... Is it an alligatorid? I'm not sure. But it's kind of easy to imagine this animal preying on dinosaurs. There's one going after a Gorgosaurus there. Yeah. And juvenile dinosaurs probably would have been fair game for all kinds of different carnivorous critters running around, but the largest terrestrial vertebrates in any ecosystem from like the beginning of the Jurassic period onward were always dinosaurs. And presumably the top of the food chain in all of these ecosystems were dinosaurs. So I hope that mostly answers your question. Yeah. Dinosaurs were lords of their domain, at least on land, for the vast majority of the Mesozoic era. Yeah. But yeah. And phytosaurs maybe preyed on early dinosaurs. True, Murph. Yeah. Back in the Triassic and maybe earliest Jurassic. I think there might have still been phytosaurs around back then. Yeah. Phytosaurs are these early, superficially crocodile-like animals. There's one chomping down on an early dinosaur. But these guys were not crocodiles. Not even super close relatives of crocodiles. Even though they superficially look similar, they're from a different branch in the reptile family tree. I don't know if we have the best idea of where phytosaurs fit in the grand scheme of reptiles, but I think it's pretty certain that they're not pseudotsuchians. So they're not very closely related to crocodiles. Dyson Dinosaur.
15.5 meters.
Thank you for the 15 months of support. Holy cow.
Paper, cross fingers, and meanwhile here my 15th month support for a fellow paleontologist.
Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur. I really appreciate your ongoing support. Congratulations on the minor revision on the paper. I hope it is accepted soon and it gets published ASAP. That's exciting. If it's not open access, I'd be thrilled to get a copy of it. We can talk about it here on stream. Yeah. If anybody's not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, that's Filippo Bertozzo, who is an Italian dinosaur paleontologist who also streams here on Twitch. Go give him a follow right now. Go follow Dyson Dinosaur. You will regret it if you don't. That's not a threat. That's a promise. Filippo, I hope you're doing well. I'm excited for your paper. Thank you for the ongoing support. Anywho. Yeah, phytosaurs, cool critters. Anyway, we were about to talk about sauropod dinosaurs and how they may have perhaps fought one another. I don't know. This is speculative here in Prehistoric Planet, but it's thought-provoking. It fires the imagination. I think you'll like it.
This huge bull, white with dust, has held the center stage for 2 weeks. He weighs nearly 50 tons. And his display has, so far, intimidated all challengers. But this new arrival
I love the sounds here.
is not deterred.
The sound design is really excellent as well. So, giraffes today are known to fight with their necks like this. Could sauropod dinosaurs have done the same? It's hard to say. I don't know if we have any pathologies that would suggest this kind of neck-to-neck combat. I don't know if we have any, like, healed injuries that would show that, or that would suggest that this kind of fighting took place neck-to-neck. But it's certainly a possibility. And yeah, Clicking Cat, holy cow. These would have been some of the most powerful animals to have ever lived.
Lifting up such a huge body is exhausting. It's a battle of endurance. As the conflict intensifies, each fighter tries to wound.
Missing a fossil hard as rock.
Wemple Cup.
Of this happening are so slim they are impossible.
Thank you for the 6 months.
But then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter
Appreciate that.
the world of the long shot.
Thank you for the 6 months of support. I promise I'm not a cat. This is Sweetie Pie in front of the camera right now. Sweetie Pie, what are you doing? You're just hogging the camera. Huh. Yeah. But yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says sauropods seem to focus pathologies in the tail, not in the neck. Interesting. However, we are missing an extensive paleoepidemiological study surveying the most amount of sauropod fossil bone to understand pathological patterns. Makes sense. So somebody needs to do like a really good review paper, or needs to get a grant to be able to go to a bunch of different museum collections around the world, look at different sauropod neck bones and other sauropod bones, and just kind of do a survey of their injuries. Is that what you're saying, basically?
In the time of the dinosaur, this
GM.
tropical delta.
Thanks for the 6 months.
Plant eaters.
Appreciate that.
And of the monsters who chased them.
Monsters like the GM and like Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this fearsome beast. Look at her. My goodness. Those eyes indeed. Claire Burr, she's got 2 of them. You can only see 1 at the moment, but I promise there's 2 there. Oh, sweet. You can see why we call her Sweetie Pie. She does have a very sweet face. Yeah. And thank you, Starleaf Cat, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Such big eyes she has. Yeah, all the better to eat you with, Cass the Dreamer. I mean, she could look at you with them too, but that's just first step in eating it. That's the ultimate goal. She looks very grand. She is. She definitely is. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this.
The other.
Sauropod fight.
Sharp, dagger-like spikes on each thumb.
And so that's one of the interesting things. The dagger-like spikes on each thumb.
stabbing with sharp, dagger-like spikes on each thumb.
So when I was talking with Matt LaManna this summer in the field, Matt LaManna from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, he was a little miffed about this because we don't have evidence of this in titanosaurs. And that's one of his dinosaurs there. Matt LaManna is one of the authors who worked on this critter.
Yeah. But yeah, like, so the real animal, the real Dilophosaurus, is quite a large animal.
There's Matt LaManna right there. He was working with us in the field out in Wyoming. He's, yeah. I doubt we'll be able to find the part where he's talking about Dreadnoughtus.
I'm asking you when I have something that I think is about, so. During the Cretaceous, which the third and final time period of the age of dinosaurs, a big ocean covered a lot of what's now dry land in North America called the West.
Anywho, yeah, so titanosaurs shouldn't have those thumb spikes, those thumb claws. Like we've got in other sauropod dinosaurs, like Apatosaurus right here. I've got a fleshed out Apatosaurus model right here. Lovely one. And you can see those thumb claws right here. We see this in footprints. We see this in the actual, like, fossil skeletons. They've got a big thumb claw like that. Maybe for fighting. Would make a lot of sense. Bob Bacher had illustrations of this. In his most famous book. I think it's right toward the front here. But this is for Apatosaurus. It's a different kind of sauropod that lived during the Jurassic. There we go. He calls them Brontosaurus here. But they're using their thumb spikes to fight. This whole sequence really kind of reminds me of this illustration. The thing is, titanosaurs likely didn't have that.
Stabbing with sharp, dagger-like spikes on each thumb.
So these guys probably didn't have that. I don't think we have evidence for this in like any titanosaurs, especially not this particular kind of titanosaur like Dreadnoughtus. I think that's basically an error. That's an inaccuracy.
And raking the skin with their teeth. Until eventually...
Oh, man. KO. Killed opponent.
The old bull's rule is finally over. The young victor takes his turn on the center stage.
Yeah, anywho, here's a link to that. And Sweetie Pie is still just... I hope you don't have anything to hide right now, chat. Because Sweetie Pie will find it. Look at those eyes. She can see into your soul. You can keep no secrets from Sweetie Pie. She will know them. Let's get her some treats, huh? Oh, let's get you some more of these, huh? More treats for Sweetie Pie. Yeah, good stuff. This is what it feels like when the void stares back. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. You bet. Oh, too many treats. Let me put some of those back. Good stuff. Eat them up, eat them up. Wow, I appreciate you cleaning your plate, Sweetie Pie, thus far. We'll see. Oh, you got one left, and it's one of the good ones. It's one of the catnip treats. Get it, get it. There you go. Well done, Sweetie Pie. Excellent. Well, yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Sweetie Pie. I might ask you to move now, actually. Because Oh. She moved of her own accord. I guess she had her fill. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, Sweetie Pie. Let's get back to our documentary here and use this as a springboard for discussion. Shall we?
Remains are found in Jurassic and early Cretaceous sediments, about 200 to 100 million years old. That's when they were the dominant plant-eating dinosaurs. Sauropods.
I mean, sauropods were the dominant plant-eating dinosaurs in South America. And perhaps on other southern continents, other parts of Gondwana during the late Cretaceous as well. This is a very, Laurasia-centric narration here. Matt Lamana would be disappointed as a Gondwanan specialist.
Had a variety of features that fell between two extremes. On one hand was Diplodocus. It had a long tail, relatively short front legs, and slender pencil-like teeth.
Yeah. Speaking of those pencil-like teeth, I know I'm pausing the video every 2.9 seconds, but let me show you something. Speaking of Diplodocus, and Jim, if you're still watching right now, I'm eager to show this off too. It's not totally finished yet, but I think you'll like it. Let's see. Here is my Dippy skull that I've 3D printed. Still haven't had time to finish it by smoothing it and filling in the seams and painting it. But check it out. Yeah, it looks good. Thank you, Petrodactylus. Thank you. It's one of the perks of having a 3D printer, is being able to produce replicas like this. The Natural History Museum in London actually made this file freely available to anybody who'd like to print it. And so I went ahead and did just that thing. Yeah, this is the skull of Dippy, the Diplodocus. Any UK viewers here in the chat? It seems people in the UK are very infatuated with Dippy. It's like the most famous dinosaur in the United Kingdom, despite the fact that she's from Wyoming. But, yeah, when Andrew Carnegie decided to gift a replica, a cast, so an exact copy of the original Dippy specimen, or specimens, I should say, it's a composite,
On formal occasions,
to the people of the UK, huge cultural impact.
70 feet long, tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
Dippy is actually about 80 feet long, longer than that Apatosaurus. Anyway, Fumbling, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Myself and Magpie are from the UK. Very cool. This fat creator, nice. Yeah. Dippy is super famous in your part of the world. And I should emphasize that the original Dippy specimen, the actual fossil bones are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA. Here, yeah, at the Carnegie Museum.
Affectionately referred to as Dippy, our beloved mascot. But do you know this fossil's origin story? Dippy's journey to the museum begins with a newspaper article in late 1898 that claimed most colossal animal ever on Earth just found out west. This news quickly caught the attention of museum founder Andrew Carnegie. Carnegie asked the museum's director,
Dyson
Dr.
Dinosaur,
William
yes
Holland,
indeed.
to get a dinosaur for Pittsburgh.
Yep.
So
Here, we'll get to the copies.
traveled to Wyoming. In early July 1899, after a few months of searching for fossils in several locations, the team finally uncovered some very impressive bones at Sheep Creek, Wyoming. The fossils were so big and so many that they filled 130 crates, an entire boxcar, when they were sent back to Pittsburgh. Carnegie Museum paleontologists freed these fascinating fossils from the surrounding rock and discovered a new species of dinosaur, naming it Diplodocus carnegii.
Yeah. Jim says big apatosaurus from Oklahoma is 80 feet plus, but Seismosaurus, actually a big diplodocid, yeah. Now I think most sauropod workers refer to it as Diplodocus hallorum instead of Seismosaurus hallorum. But yeah, it's over 100 feet. Oh yeah. It makes you wonder what exactly is going on with these animals. Is that ontogenetic variation? Are the big ones just super old? Is it a stratigraphic thing? Like, are they trending upward in size throughout the Jurassic up until they go extinct, like at the beginning of the Cretaceous? Or what's going on with those critters? I'd love to know. I bet you Brian Curtis would have some interesting things to say about this, and I'd love to be able to talk to him live on stream sometime about that.
A new wing of the museum was built to display this 85-foot-long specimen.
85 feet.
So excited was the world about this fossil that King Edward VII asked Andrew Carnegie for a dinosaur for England. A cast or replica of Dippy was made under Carnegie Museum scientists' supervision, shipped to England, and put on display in London's British Museum of Natural History.
And there you go, where she remains arguably the most famous dinosaur in the United Kingdom.
And it wasn't the only one. Eventually, 9 more replicas of Dippy were made and sent to places all over the world, including Berlin, Madrid, Paris, and Mexico City.
Yes, also Bologna, as Dyson Dinosaur was saying. Where else? La Plata in Argentina. St. Petersburg, I believe. Munich, I think also. Was it Munich or was it? Let's look it up. But, yeah. There we go. The Wikipedia article's got a really nice summary here. Other casts. So London, Berlin, Paris, Vienna, Bologna, St. Petersburg, Buenos Aires. So La Plata is near Buenos Aires. Madrid, Mexico City, Munich, I was correct. Also, Vernal, Utah. And they don't have Price, Utah on here, which is a little bit disappointing. That makes this incomplete. But this is a temporary exhibit. This would have been June 2023. Here we go. Find those photos. Here we go. Coming up on it. Yeah, it should be in even Price. There we go. There's Jim right there with an ankylosaur. Is that Animantarx behind him? I forget. Anywho, but there's Dippy right there. There's another specimen made of plaster. And there's a wonderful exhibit about it in Price, Utah. You should check it out. This is not like a big budget exhibit. They didn't have enough money to actually mount the skeleton, nor did they have the space. But Dippy is all laid out on tables there, and there is some beautiful signage. There we go. All these vertebrae right here. Excellent. Looping back around to the skull. They were still installing this exhibit when I was there. So this used to be outside in the weather in Vernal, Utah. And then I forget the exact story here, what exactly had happened there, but somehow this led to the museum in Price, Utah, acquiring plaster copies of, there we go, of Dippy's bones. In 1991, the concrete cast of Diplodocus was returned by Dinolab Inc. to the Fieldhouse Museum in Vernal, after repairing and using it to make the second-generation molds. Remounting the cast, however, was no simple task. The metal structure that supported the cast since 1957 had been cut in order to take it down. On April 29th, 2013, the Prehistoric Museum in Price, Utah, signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Utah Division of Parks and Recreation, agreeing that the now 57-year-old concrete cast, not plaster, concrete, would be loaned indefinitely to the Prehistoric Museum, and it was loaded again onto a truck and headed to Price, or more precisely, to Ken Carpenter's garage. Despite having been in storage since 1991, it was found that nearly every concrete bone had been damaged to some extent. Carrie Herbell, Prehistoric Museum preparator, obtained a $5,000 grant from the Utah Museum Association to reposit and reseal the cast, a laborious process, taking Herbell 9 months of sandblasting and patching in 2014 to complete. Its restoration finally finished. The concrete Diplodocus had moved to the Prehistoric Museum's collection storage, awaiting available location and funds to mount the massive historic sauropod outdoors somewhere in Price. It has been there for nearly 10 years. Until now. Now you can go see her on display in Price. Pretty cool. I wonder if they have anything about that on their website. Castle County Radio.
It's time for another Castle Country Focus interview on KOAL
Castle Country,
107.3 FM and 750 AM. I'm Dave Hokinson. Joining me today in studio, I have Christopher Henderson with the USU Eastern Prehistoric Museum. He's the
He was the guy who built the exhibit.
And they've got a really big exhibit that is getting ready to go down. And not just in saying that it's big, but in scale alone, it's quite a large exhibit as well. And it's Dippy the Diplodocus. We're going to talk about the great history behind this Diplodocus cast that they've gotten a hold of, because it is a great story, and we should I think it's great that we have one of these here in our area, and we really need to be able to take advantage of this and get out and support this one as much as possible. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thanks for having me.
So let's start with
I'll give you a link to this. You can listen to the whole thing if you'd like to.
Sure. So at the turn of the century, 1900-ish, 1899 is when it was discovered. It was funded on a dig by Andrew Carnegie, who was an early American industrialist, was the richest man in the world, but also committed to give his entire fortune away. He had written that.
Anywho, cool stuff. All right, Dippy the Diplodocus. How did we get on this? Oh yeah. Our video here was talking about Diplodocus. Anyway, yeah.
On the other was Brachiosaurus. Its front legs were taller, tail shorter, neck more upright, and it had broad spatula-like teeth. Nancy was more like a Diplodocus, Found in the Middle Cretaceous, she was the last of her kind.
Middle Cretaceous.
Giants. Perched atop the long neck was a small skull, which encased a brain estimated at about 1/4 the size of a cow's.
And yeah, that's outside the museum solar pod, yeah. Yeah, outdoor bronze Diplodocus mount. I think it might be listed on the Wikipedia page too.
That could send attackers
cool solar pod.
With a mere flick. What were these giant dinosaurs really like? How could an animal get so big? It's a puzzle that challenges scientists. While some rely on cutting-edge technology, others seek answers from surprisingly simple experiments.
Ooh, is this gonna be the volume displacement method for figuring out dinosaur mass? If so, this was my 6th grade science fair project. Yeah!
At Indiana Purdue University.
Yeah, Jim Farlow.
Jim Farlow uses a method to estimate just how much sauropods weighed.
This is cool.
He starts with a model of the dinosaur. Its precise proportions are based on fossil evidence and scaled down. He submerges it in a container of water and measures how much is displaced. That gives him the model's value. Next, knowing the model's scale, he can figure out the volume of the actual dinosaur and convert it to weight.
Yep.
Farlow's calculations show that a large sauropod might have weighed nearly 60 tons.
The really biggest sauropods, the ones that would have been at the upper end of the size range, you may be talking about animals that would have weighed 10, maybe even 20 times as much as a large elephant. And that's just something that your mind finds hard to comprehend.
As often happens in science, solving one puzzle leads to another.
So the obvious question is, why were they able to get so big when very few land mammals have been able to do the same thing?
None were able to get so big. What's he talking about? Even the largest of the, largest terrestrial mammals, like, is it Paleoloxodon? There's a super gigantic one, and then there's Paraceratherium and its kin. They don't get nearly as big. Yeah. And no, I didn't invent that. I think you're being facetious there, DM Wing, but no. The impetus for my 6th grade science fair project was this. I'll show you. I think I've still got the book here on my shelf somewhere. Here we go. Yeah. This is a college textbook that I just absolutely devoured when I was in like 5th and 6th grade. But yeah, here it is here. Your own estimates of dinosaur weights. So this actually gives you the formula. You can run these experiments at home, and that's exactly what I did. It was a lot of fun. Nazun says it's just water weight. Well, yes, but that's why you need a numeric coefficient, like a density coefficient. So here. Here we go. That volume, so the volume that you get doing this, is multiplied by the cube of the linear scale of the model, so that it becomes the volume of a full-size dinosaur identical in shape to the model. The volume of the real dinosaur is then multiplied by 0.9 kilograms per liter, which is the mass of a liter of living crocodile, to arrive at a mass weight in kilograms. So basically you're using the density of a crocodile, which is a relative of dinosaurs. You're using that in order so that you're not just like looking at water weight, basically. But it's that numeric coefficient, that Aborove, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's that figure that I actually have some quarrel with. I suspect a lot of dinosaurs would have been much less dense than a crocodile, because crocodiles they're kind of built to be more or less neutrally buoyant. Because they do a lot of hiding underwater. If you're a huge sauropod dinosaur moving over land, you're going to want to be as lightweight as possible. And we've got a lot of evidence that these animals are all full of air. This is from a really neat paper by a friend and colleague of mine, Kerry Woodruff, looking at a respiratory infection that he found like in the bones of a sauropod dinosaur, a diplodocid, so a relative of Diplodocus from the late Jurassic Morrison Formation of Western North America. There are bones in the neck that are all kind of almost like broccoli or cauliflower texture. It's clearly like this is abnormal. It's pathological. This is a disease that this animal had. And why would it have a respiratory infection in its neck? Well, it's because these animals were kind of full of air. I love this diagram because it shows you in blue all of the air that would have been inside of this animal's body. So each of these vertebrae is kind of shot through with these pneumaticities, these spots for air sacs and like passages for air to move through. And these are hooked up to the air sacs in the torso and then the lungs too. Just like in modern birds. You know how birds have hollow bones? Air can actually move through those to help better oxygenate the bird's cells and also to make it lighter weight for flight. These dinosaurs had evolved these structures in order to remain lightweight for walking around on land because they would have been unfathomably heavy if they didn't have something like this. This is a wonderful adaptation that they had to grow very, very large without being obscenely heavy. Does that make sense? But yeah. And fun fact, woodruff is a perennial ground cover plant, perfect for shaded areas. Interesting. Okay, I did not know that. I wonder if Carrie knows about... He probably does know about that. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, exactly. Yeah, in paleopathology, Dyson Dinosaur, I don't know if you've seen this before. I've shown it a number of times. But there's some excellent science reporting here. From, of all places, the New York Post, which has a reputation for being a rag, for not being good journalism. But holy cow. This is really neat in that they interviewed Kerry Woodruff. This is science coming straight from the scientists here in the New York Post.
We refer to that group neck.
There we go.
So Dolly was a kind of long-necked plant-eating dinosaur. We refer to that group of dinosaurs as sauropods. So something like Brontosaurus, you know, like the Dino from the Flintstones, or, you know, the logo for Sinclair Oil, that's also a sauropod. And we estimate that Dolly would have been about a subadult animal, so probably 15 to 20 years of age when it died, and just about 60 feet, so, you know, just about 18 meters in total body length. They represent the first evidence that we have of an avian-style respiratory infection. And when we looked at Dolly, we saw that in these pleurocells, which are normally very, very smooth bone, we saw that in Dolly, the edges of these pleurocells were really rough and irregular, and coming out of them, basically imagine something that kind of looked like fossilized broccoli.
Ugh.
It was this really irregular, gnarly, lumpy-looking bone, something that we hadn't seen at all.
Yeah. And I love that there's no editorializing, there's no sensationalization, it's just, here's a scientist talking, and here's the figures from his paper.
Air saculitis with associated osteomyelitis. So that's just the fancy way of saying that Dolly had a respiratory infection with a secondary bone infection.
Yep.
And we see these same kinds of structures in birds today. We see air saculitis, and it can be caused by several features. So it can be bacterial in origin. But
fungal.
the most common respiratory infection today, and the one that shared not 100%, but many similarities with what we saw in Dolly, is actually a fungal derived infection called aspergillosis.
Yep. There's some more figures from the paper right there. Anyway, this is superb science reporting because it's just, here's a scientist talking about his work.
So we know in birds that have air saculitis today, they oftentimes will show flu or pneumonia-like symptoms. And this entails coughing, sneezing, fever, sore throats, diarrhea, weight loss, things like that. And these are all of the exact same symptoms
You're
that
back.
we all have experienced when we've had respiratory disorders. So that's really kind of cool because that means you can hold that infected bone of Dolly in your hand and know that 150 million years ago, you probably felt just as crummy as you were when you're sick as Dolly did. Now, can we say that killed Dolly? We don't know because, again, we don't see the sign in the bones. But in birds today, without medical treatment, air saculitis is largely lethal. And we also know that, today herding animals like these sauropods would have been, that sick animals often just kind of fall behind. So whether or not Dolly just keeled over from this disease or was isolated and visibly weak and would have been a good target, and an easy meal for a predator, we can't say. But I do think that this disease ultimately caused the death of this animal.
Oh, sweetie pie. Yeah, really interesting stuff. Here, I'll give you a link to that right here.
Again, because we've all had respiratory illnesses. We've all...
An Armored Prayer 1 says, would the dinosaurs get the fungal infection from its copious plant matter consumption and eating fungi as well, or was it airborne? It's hard to say. The thing is, with this particular kind of sauropod dinosaur, we call it diplodocid sauropod, we think that these guys were feeding fairly close to the ground. Something that we call sweep feeding. This is a figure from another one of Kerry Woodruff's papers. I actually helped him put this one together. I remember this. This is like 2014, something like that. We think these guys were mostly eating at ground level, kind of sweeping their neck back and forth like this figure shows, eating ferns and horsetails and ground cover plants like that. So they would have had their heads fairly close to the ground for big portions of their day, and maybe that would make them more susceptible to a fungal infection. I don't know. I'm not totally sure. I'll say it like this, though. It's not necessary for the pathogen to actually be airborne. It's not like these animals are always walking around with their head and neck high in the air. Yeah, sweetie pie. I know. These guys probably had their head and neck fairly close to the ground most of the time. Yeah, you hit one of the soundboard buttons there, by the way. You're sitting on my keyboard. Anyhow. But, yeah, Bush Doctor says two-headed. I mean, this is just a way to try and show... it's one head. That's why one of them is low opacity. Swinging back and forth. And then the kind of neon green and electric blue lines there are meant to show the nuchal ligaments in the neck. So these really pronounced ligaments, or if you just contract one of them and expand the other one, you can swing the entire neck with minimal effort back and forth, like this. That's what that paper was about. Yeah. Here, uploaded by Kerry Woodruff. Here is paper. Nuchal ligament reconstructions and diplodocid sauropods support horizontal neck feeding postures. There you go. Here's a link to that, if you'd like to see it. And a very funny DM link. And Clicking Cat says that's actually pretty interesting. Would help save energy. I know, right? Yeah. It's cool that we can learn these things about these animals. That we can look at the fossils of an animal like Apatosaurus or Diplodocus and figure something out about their biology, figure something out about their feeding behavior just based on their morphology, based on the shape of their body, whether their skeleton fits together. And Pretty cool to think about. Pretty cool. Tea Time Cat says, diseases jump from one species of dinosaur to another, like bird flu from birds to humans? I mean, Tea Time Cat, that's an example of a disease jumping from a dinosaur to a person. Bird flu, birds are dinosaurs. So, yeah. I'm sure that there would have been certain diseases that would jump between different species, but there's no way that didn't happen. Of course it would have happened. But do we have any direct evidence, like examples of that from the fossil record? I can't think of any, no. It's a lot trickier to find, like, particular instances of that in the rock record. But yeah. And Kerber Bonfire asked, were there any dinosaurs adapted to snow or winter environments? Presumably, yeah. Yeah. I'll show you something in a minute, but first I want to agree with something that Dyson Dinosaur is saying here. Up.
Extinction is no shame, no sign
Miko.
of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become
Paleo dance,
Extinct.
paleo dance,
Yeah.
paleo dance.
Thank you, Miko, for the 7 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. And Nobarum says, I hope to blame my flu on dinosaurs. Sorry. Yeah. Unless you're getting bird flu, then you can blame it on dinosaurs for certain. Because birds are dinosaurs, so bird flu would come from a dinosaur in that regard. In that respect. But yeah. Anywho. And there you go, Gay Hibiscus. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Versatility is kind of one of the hallmarks of a successful disease. Successful virus. Somebody was asking about... Yeah, Care Bear Bonfire wanted to know, were any dinosaurs adapted to a snow or winter environments? The answer is almost certainly yes. It's difficult to actually find, like, direct evidence of those evolutionary adaptations in the fossil record, but we do have evidence of dinosaurs that lived in very cold environments. Oh, and Sterain, thank you for the 22 months of support. I appreciate that.
Invaluable.
Good stuff. 22 months is a long time, Sterain. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm trying to find you a particular figure that accompanied some news articles that was really cool. Edmontosaurus in the snow. This kind of works. But we've got evidence of dinosaurs from the North Slope of Alaska during the late Cretaceous. And this is when Alaska was at about the same latitude that it is today, if not further north. It would have been within the Arctic Circle. And we've got evidence of baby dinosaur teeth. Like, we've got baby dinosaur teeth from this part of Alaska from that time period. It shows that these dinosaurs are actually rearing their young there, which implies that they're living there year-round. So it's not like they're just migrating out when it gets cold during the winter. They're living there all the time. So presumably they would have been trudging through the snow, dealing with ice, cold temperatures, and all that good stuff. Was this the one I was looking for? Polar dinosaur discovered. That's it right there. Yeah. And Invisible Dimensions. Thank you for the 32 months of support.
Thanks
I really
for all
appreciate
your hard
that.
work and your wonderfully creative stream.
Thank you, Invisible
Value
Dimensions. Thank you for the
yes,
support. Thanks for helping make this possible. 32 months is a long time. I really appreciate that, Invisible. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Good stuff. Yeah, lovely illustration here. Lovely painting of this big duck-billed dinosaur, Edmontosaurus, and some babies up there under the northern lights. We've got evidence of dinosaurs way up north in the Arctic, and we've got lots of evidence of dinosaurs down in the Antarctic as well. Maybe some of them would have hibernated or would have migrated to a certain extent, but one thing seems clear. It's that at least some dinosaurs were living there year-round and enduring really chilly conditions. Here, take a look at this. This is from Prehistoric Planet again. Speculative, but really nice. And we do have evidence of weather and climate in those areas at the time, yeah. So we do have evidence that there would have been ice and snow there. And you bet, Care Bear Bonfire, yeah. Here's the thing, is that
the herd will be able to close ranks
and Murph, holy cow. Thank you, Murph. I really appreciate that. 5 gift subs from Murph. Excellent.
Murph just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Change things for 5 chatters and for me too. That support. Thank you, Murph. There's 5 fewer viewers who will have to watch ads for the next month, thanks to you and your generosity. Putting food on my table too, Murph. I appreciate it. Thank you. And this is not you, Tyrannus, Queen Dark Lady, but good guess. This is Nenoxaurus, which is it's a tyrannosaur from the late Cretaceous of North America.
an impenetrable wall
of Alaska.
Of armored heads and muscle.
Yeah, Eutyrannus is from much, much earlier in time. Sweetie Pie, you're back again. My goodness. Oh, anyway, I think the reason why a lot of people are surprised that dinosaurs like this lived in cold environments is that I think a lot of people kind of think of dinosaurs as being almost like lizards or big alligators or something like that. You know, with the general assumption that they would have been mostly an ectothermic, cold-blooded. But that is not what the evidence shows. We've got multiple lines of evidence that show that dinosaurs, mostly warm-blooded, most, if not all dinosaurs, would have been warm-blooded animals that would have generated their own body heat through through the digestion of food. Sweetie Pie is pushing my camera around again. Hot-blooded, we can check it and see. Yes, indeed. Got a fever of 103 here. And Sweetie Pie's watching.
The blizzard now brings a temporary truce.
What are you shaking your tail for? What do you need? What do you need? Looking for attention? Is that what you're looking for?
But as soon as it's over, battle resumes. In this test of nerve, all it takes is for one animal to break ranks, and panic quickly spreads. With the herd on the run, the predators have a chance. As As the chase goes on, one towering bull fails to keep up with the rest. Until all he can do is turn and face his attackers.
A fluffy Tyrannosaur, yeah.
The questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
And Lime Cookie, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
One pachyrhinosaur has lost a battle.
Victorious.
Contains almost all
Thank you
of the North American
for the gift sub there. Oh, Sad Froggy Chair, thank you for the follow. Victorious, thank you for the gift sub.
To Cast the Dreamer. They
Beautiful.
have given 203 gift subs in the channel.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this. Yeah, it was a debate for a long time. Were dinosaurs warm or cold-blooded? And which ones might have been which? KMC, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. SolarPod says, do we know what glaciation was like during the Mesozoic? Yeah, it was paltry. Not a lot of glaciers during the whole age of the dinosaurs. Far fewer than today. It was more of a hothouse Earth than an icehouse Earth like we have today. But, yeah. There would have been some ice in some parts of the world during the age of the dinosaurs. And I mean, that's... The Mesozoic era is long. You know? It's like almost 200 million years. Or what is it? 189 million years, something like that. So yeah, it would have fluctuated a bit, but for the most part, on average, things would have been warmer than they are today. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. Yeah. Dirter. Thank you, Kitty. Thanks. Yeah, this is Sweetie Pie. She's one of my landlords here. Where you going, sweetie? And Terminator Pig, thank you for the prime there.
If
I
they're
appreciate
removed,
that.
America loses them forever.
Thank you. And Lime Cookie says, I think I just found my new favorite stream. What the heck? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach when the cats will allow that. Yeah. When they tolerate it. But yeah. For most of the year, I'm here in my office. Oh, I got cat hair all over my face, sweetie pie. Ugh. 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 Yeah. Yeah, I'm streaming from here in my office in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. But during the summers, I'm out doing field work in places like Wyoming and Montana and Utah, digging up dinosaurs and streaming it whenever I can. We did like 60 discrete fieldwork streams this year. So if you ever wanted to watch dinosaurs being excavated live on camera, live on Twitch, well, you found the right place for that, Lime Cookie. Yeah. And Jim said something. There were certainly ice caps on the ancestral Brooks Range. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that even in warm climates, you can still get ice-capped mountains, snow-capped mountains, if they're very tall. Think about... Mount Fuji is probably not the best example. Think about Mount Kilimanjaro. You know, it's so tall that you can get snow up there, even when it's pretty hot down in the valleys below. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. How did you find the channel? KMC and Sad Froggy Chair and Lime Cookie. How did you find us? Let me know. And I hope you like cats, because they're... they seem to be increasingly prevalent here on Paleontologizing. And Lime actually brought me here. Oh, nice, Kay. Okay. Very cool. And Murph says, wouldn't you still have some seasonal snow in some places? Certainly, yeah. I don't know. When we're talking about, like, oh, did it snow? Where and when dinosaurs lived? We're talking about, like, 180 million years of time. And we're talking about an entire planet. There were certainly places where you would have ice and snow. Even probably in a very, very hot Earth, you would still maybe get seasonal snow. In certain places at the poles, away from the equator, at very high altitudes. Yeah, high latitudes and high altitudes, you might get snow, even if the climate is very warm. That being said, for the most part, the age of the dinosaurs, that 180 plus million years, would have been warmer than it is today. Yeah. On average. 160 million years. There you go, TM-Wing, yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Kilimanjaro has a permanent ice cap. I didn't know that, Jim. I didn't realize it was permanent. That's cool. Anyway. Oh, and thank you, Dyson Dinosaur, for being here. Appreciate you. Thanks for keeping me here online. Here, Sweetie Pie, do you want more treats? Is that what you're after? Are you looking for some more treats? Is that what you want? I'm happy that you're so keen on being here, but I maybe need to find a better place for you to stand, so you're not always immediately in front of the camera, you know? Yeah. That's a little bit tough for me, you know? You make a better door than a window, Sweetie Pie. Looking for more? Okay, I'll get you some more. 3 more, my goodness. It's a good thing these are dental treats. Otherwise, I'd say you're having too many. These are good for your teeth. No Undies McGee says, I just read today, back when it was all one supercontinent, it was around 14 degrees Fahrenheit on average hotter. That would make sense. Yeah. It was certainly more arid around the continental interior. Let's go back about 240 million years ago, for the beginning of the Triassic period. Or I guess this is like the beginning of the Upper Triassic. But anyway, this is around the time that dinosaurs first evolved. And all of Earth's continents were all lumped together like this. So basically, you have ocean. This is known as Panthalassa. The term means all sea, all ocean. And then Pangea, all Earth, on the other side. And so in the interior, you'd get these massive, like almost continent-sized deserts in here. Would have been very hot and very dry indeed. But even at this time, I bet you there was some ice at the poles, away from the equator. Yeah. But yeah. And I think you're thinking of, Panera there, Otter Do It. Not sponsored. The Pangea in my town closed. Oh, really? The Sloppy Salamander? Mine broke apart. Over hundreds of millions of years. It basically went from this to this to this, and then we had a big asteroid that hit over here. Yeah. Anyhow.
So I can see that
Spartan?
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Well, thank you,
That's
Spartan.
nearly a year now.
I appreciate that, Spartan. Thank you. 48 months. Now at tier 3. That is excellent. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Impressive. Most impressive. That is some serious top-notch support from Spartan. And you're keeping me going here, Spartan. I appreciate it very much. Yeah. And what is this, Jim? Check out endothermy equals big brains. It reminded me of a Pulp Fiction quote. Check out the big brain on bread. Endothermic. That's for food, the endothermic brain hypothesis. This is interesting. This came out a couple days ago. Steve Brusati and Larry Whitmer are authors on it. It is open access. So, speaking of dinosaur metabolism, this actually fits right into our discussion here. Thank you for sending it, Jim. Here, let me preface it by playing a clip from an old documentary here. Let's see. And thank you, No Undies McGee, for the follow. Doing some good eating there. Let's see here. Liked those arguments very much where it's like, well, it couldn't have been this way because then that would mean, this assumption that I have. And I don't know, if you make those kinds of claims in science, you'll be wrong again and again and again. You'll be constantly surprised and shocked by the different, adaptations that different critters have evolved in order to be able to survive. It's, I don't know, to say, well, cold-blooded animals must be this way, or warm-blooded animals must be that way. It's just begging to be shown. This is from, what, 1992? Something like that? It was kind of a controversy back then, warm-blooded versus cold-blooded. Now we've got a pretty decent idea that most dinosaurs would have had elevated body temperatures. They would have maintained elevated body temperatures by metabolizing food. They would have been warm-blooded, to use kind of non-technical language. And now this paper that Jim sent kind of gets in it a little bit too. Thought for food, rather than food for thought, the endothermic brain hypothesis. So endotherms, warm-blooded animals, have about 20 to 75 times more brain neurons than similarly sized ectotherms, making one of the greatest transformations in brain history. Costly neurons no longer stand in strong competition with somatic processes, but pay for themselves and help meet the 20 times higher energy requirement for endothermy. So basically, it's really expensive to have a big, complex brain, but it could be a really good investment because it can help you to acquire more food. I think that's basically what they're saying there. A major difference between ectotherms, cold-blooded animals, and endotherms, warm-blooded animals, is the latter, warm-blooded animals' extreme reliance on food. To secure necessary amounts, new foraging strategies are required. Birds and mammals evolved similar neurocognitive functions, absent in ectotherms.
You don't need to salute the paleontologist.
Cooking Manatee, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, basically warm-blooded critters, birds and mammals, they're not closely related to each other, but they evolved similar structures to their brains for a similar purpose, for being able to be a little bit more brainy and acquiring more food to feed that warm-blooded metabolism, Providing cognitive maps for highly efficient foraging. We argue for studies of cognition and brain anatomy in extant ectotherms and endotherms, so in warm-blooded and cold-blooded animals today. cold-blooded and warm-blooded, respectively, to identify key differences. Additionally, we call for studies of dinosaur brains, informed by the findings in the extant species, to trace the cognitive transition.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion.
Hang on.
Dinosaurs.
Dirk Struan, thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. We call for studies of dinosaur brains informed by the findings in the extant species to trace the cognitive transition related to the evolution of endothermy. Interesting. So it doesn't sound like they've got a ton of new data to present here. It's mostly just, hey, this is a cool idea. People should really look into this. Let's go ahead and view the PDF here. And it is, of course, open access.
Access granted.
There you go. It's labeled as opinion. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Burp. That's not what I was trying to do. There we go. Let's see. Thermoregulation and amniotes. Some relationships between metabolism, cognition, and brains. This is going to be interesting to read all the way through. I don't know if I'm going to do this live on stream, but I'll want to save this so that I can read it. Birds and mammals with the refined behavioral repertoires have independently increased complexity of their basal ganglia with select motor actions. For instance, birds' basal ganglia, the base of their brain, have many or more neurons than the entire telencephalon of similarly sized reptiles. Additionally, both groups evolved cerebral centers and downstream excitatory pathways that more directly control movements, crucial for the dexterous motor skills needed for food manipulation and extractive foraging. Huh. So, what is the... I'm wondering here, what's the implication for dinosaurs? That's what we really want to know for our discussion here. There's Troodon, famous for having a large brain there. I love that they actually used the name Troodon, too. There's a debate raging in theropod paleontology right now. Should we use the name Troodon? Or should we use other names like Stenonychosaurus, Litinovenatrix, etc.? Everybody knows Troodon already. I say stick to Troodon, you know?
Troodon.
Anyway, I'm hoping to be interviewing some paleontologists, other paleontologists about this soon to work on Troodon. Anyway.
Troodon.
Troodon. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, everybody else has said that. Concluding remarks.
Troodon.
So these findings should be applied to the study of endocasts of extinct species with an initial focus on the line leading to birds and later extension into other extinct dinosaur groups. There remains substantial work to be done on many central questions to be addressed, but we believe the current states of several sciences make them ripe time for such investigations. So this is neat. Basically, the paper here is saying, here's an interesting thing to investigate. Have at it, colleagues. Go for it. Interesting. And is this the name of the journal? Trends in Cognitive Sciences? It is indeed, from Cell Press. Okay. Cool. We call it Ticks. Interesting, Rhacodactylus. I didn't know this was such a well-known journal. Very cool. Yeah. And Snapping Neuron says, did warm-bloodedness pave the path to sentience? I don't know. What is sentience? How do we define that, you know? This is something that I'm not an expert on, but I know enough about it to realize that a lot of these terms are very kind of vague and subjective. If there's one thing I know about like the study of intelligence, comparing levels of intelligence between different critters and stuff like that. It's the, man, there's a lot of subjectivity there. And you really got to define your terms. And even that is difficult to do. So yeah. But yeah. Sentience is being self-aware. In what sense, though? Because I think... Is it just the mirror test, basically? Because if it is, then most vertebrate animals are sentient, you know? I mean, I think there have been studies that show that, like, minnows can recognize themselves in a mirror and recognize one another. So, yeah. And contrast sentience with sapience. Yeah, there you go, DM Wing. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, but I'm getting a bunch of different definitions from different people in chat, too. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I know enough about this topic to realize how very little I know, and that I shouldn't be doing a deep dive into this, because I'm not the person to do it, you know? It's well outside my realm of expertise. And there you go, I feel like I have too. There's a 4-year-old sentient? I don't know, Jim. That's a good question. Oh, and you mentioned Coco the gorilla earlier. I was at her place of birth this morning. I was hoping to do a live stream from, well, not hoping to. I was all set to stream from the San Francisco Zoo this morning. I'd gone there, I was just setting up all of my streaming gear, and then the encoder wouldn't work. So I had to rush home so I could stream from here. But here's me with a Baird's tape here this morning. And I think I've got a shot of me with a giant anteater as well. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. These are next door neighbors, by the way. Their enclosures are right next to each other. And they are both out doing their thing. If I go back there sometime this month, I gotta make sure it's in the morning, because that's when most of these guys seem to be most active. But anyway, Coco the gorilla was born at the San Francisco Zoo. Anywho. And Iacane says, I love that anteaters look like they're wearing ponchos. I know, right? They're such cool animals. They really are. Anywho. Yeah. And there you go. Yeah, that's kind of partly what I'm trying to avoid too, Rhacodactylus. I recognize that these are often very loaded terms. And I am not a researcher in this field. This is outside of my wheelhouse, and I don't feel confident in talking about that subject at all. So I'm gonna mostly leave it alone. Yeah. Anywho. That being said, let's jump back into our documentary here and use that as a springboard for discussion. I'm gonna go take a washcloth and get some of this cat hair off my face and out of my nostrils too. So I will be right back.
Well, truth in advertising here, I don't know if you want the absolute truth, but I can offer some educated guesses.
Farlow and other scientists believe the sauropods era had become greener than the one before it. Evidence shows that carbon dioxide levels rose. Since plants use carbon dioxide as food, plant life flourished. With more food to eat, sauropods could grow to enormous sizes. But Farlow thinks these plants were low-grade and nutrient-poor. How then did sauropods grow and stay huge on such inferior food? To learn more about large plant-eating animals, Farlow is visiting Jed Friel's farm in Auburn, Indiana.
Jason's up there. You want to ride along? Yeah, sure. He'll get the gates for us.
Jed raises herds of today's most famous plant eaters, cows.
How much of that would one cow need in a day?
Well, you know, it takes about a half a bale a day per cow, is what we kind of figure in the wintertime. We like to see them have about 25 pounds of hay per cow to get them through the winter every day.
Digesting hay is a complicated matter. Once it's swallowed, it's softened in one of the cow's 4 stomachs. Microorganisms then break it down even more, extracting vitamins. Then it's regurgitated
All right.
and chewed again, known as chewing the cud.
Hang on a sec. Let me catch up to chat here. Yeah. DM Wing says, scientists offering educated guesses instead of claiming absolute knowledge. I know, right? We're incorrigible. But yeah. You know, Snapping Neuron says sentience is not philosophical, it can be scientifically measured. That doesn't sound right to me. What is the unit of sentience, then? What's the scientific unit that measures sentience? I don't know, that, again, I didn't want to get sucked into a whole thing about this. But... And Win528 with a wonderful Homer Simpson quote there. But yeah. Yeah. And... But how do you measure that, snapping neurons? That's extremely subjective. If you're saying that something is measurable, then, you know, how do you measure it? Yeah, so like Castle Dreamer says, sentience is a human judgment call. And it's from a very human perspective, too. Like, you could talk to science streams about this, looking at ants, for instance, where ants can have extremely complex interactions. Like, their behavior is... It exhibits a level of complexity that's mind-blowing sometimes. But it's very, very different from the sorts of behaviors that we might exhibit as humans. Is it more or less complex than what we're doing? You know, it kind of depends on how you look at it. Not even more or less complex, but like, how in the world do you take something that's so subjective like that and try to assign a number to it? You know? Everything is going to have kind of a value judgment in there that's kind of inherent to how you measure it. You know? Any claim of absolute objectivity in that is going to be flawed and kind of inherently unscientific. You know? Yeah. And Snapping Neuron says, neuroscience can tell us, for some animals, which parts of the brain produce emotions. Okay. And we can make educated inferences about which physiological indicators are evident for the feelings and experiences associated with sentience. Yes. But how do you measure that? You know? That's my question. What is the unit of measure for sentience? Because there isn't one, because it's a subjective thing. I don't mean that it's not something that's worth investigating. It's absolutely worth investigating. And there's really important and interesting work being done on that. What I'm arguing for is admitting that some of these things are subjective, and that's okay. You know? When we try and assign a number to each and everything, especially when it can be kind of fraught when we're talking about, like, you know, measuring intelligence, whatever that is. There's a long history there of that being used against people, used to oppress people, stuff like that, and the science is usually really, really shaky. That's why I'm kind of hesitant to talk about this sort of thing in general, you know? That and me not being an expert on the subject. But yeah. Yeah. And Diagonal says, we used to say that only humans use tools, but that's because we discounted every other instance of other species using tools as not adequate enough for our definition. Yeah. But yeah. Anyhow. And Rhacodactylus, again, excellent point here. Subjectivity for a claim does not mean it is wrong or even unscientific. It's just a descriptor for what we're dealing with a particular claim to give us context for how to approach the topic, that's all. Anyhow, yeah. And I think I'm cool leaving that there. Let's continue on with this here.
Sauropods also had help digesting.
Oh, is this the gastroliths thing? Oh boy. This has been largely discounted, like pretty well refuted.
Scientists believe they swallowed stones called gastroliths, like modern birds do.
It's good that I have a clip of this now, though.
Inside their stomachs or gizzards, grinding the vegetation into small digestible bits. Also, according to Farley.
So this is an idea that goes back kind of a long way. This idea of stomach stones in sauropods aiding in digestion. It was a really popular idea, I would say, from like the 1980s through the early 2000s. Because sometimes you do find polished stones near the rib cage of a sauropod dinosaur. But here's the thing. Sauropod dinosaurs had really, really big rib cages. And generally, if you're finding a sauropod skeleton, that means that it's being preserved in a place where waterborne sediments are covering it. The same sorts of sediments that are going to be... the same sort of environment that's going to be kind of carrying rocks along the river or a stream bottom, and then they're going to get caught up on other stuff, and it doesn't necessarily mean that those rocks were swallowed by that dinosaur if they're anywhere near the ribcage. I think it was Oliver Wings, no gastric... There we go. Yeah. Oliver Wings and Martin Sander. No gastric mill in sauropod dinosaurs. New evidence from analysis of gastrolith mass and function in ostriches. So there are animals today that do use gastroliths, like ostriches. And so Oliver Wings and Martin Sander here decided to actually look at this. Look at these purported gastroliths in sauropod dinosaurs, these alleged stomach stones, and compare those to the actual stomach stones, gizzard stones, gastroliths from ostriches. Turns out they don't match very well at all. Feeding experiments with farm ostriches show that bird gastroliths experience fast abrasion in the gizzard and do not develop a polish, like the polish that we see in sauropod dinosaurs and their alleged gastroliths. Relative gastrolith mass is much lower in sauropods, so like for such a big animal, you know, the number of stones in the gizzard would be, well, if they probably didn't even have a gizzard, but the number of stones in the gut would have had to be way more than what we actually find. Or at least we would expect to find a similar proportion to that in birds, and we don't. But we do have gastrolith clusters in some dinosaurs, oviraptorosaurs and ornithomimosaurs, that do compare well with those of birds. Anyway, here's a link to this paper if you'd like to read it. It's pretty cool. I remember talking about this with Oliver in the field. We did fieldwork together in the Hell Creek in 2013. And, yeah, Yeah, that was cool. Anyway, and mixing stones, not gizzard stones, says Jim. I wonder about that. I wonder if you would find the same sort of patterns, like if you would still get the same sorts of abrasion in like mixing stones in the gut as you would with actual gastroliths, like you get in ostriches. I don't know. Yeah. We definitely have them in sauropod stomachs with no other stones in the area. Orange is out. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. You would know better about this than I would, Jim. Yeah. And can birds empty their gizzards of gastroliths to change them? I'm not sure, Starling fan. I'm not sure. I don't know if they'll cough them up or poop them out or anything. Or if they just gradually wear down over time and then pass through. I don't know. Or maybe they're in there for life. I think we have better, less controversial evidence that some non-dinosaur critters like plesiosaurs that they used gastroliths, but for an entirely different purpose. Here's our third prehistoric planet clip of the broadcast. Check this out.
This bay has something that few others can provide.
So again, these are not dinosaurs here, they're plesiosaurs. Elasmosaurs in particular. Turangisaurs. They're from a different branch of the reptile family tree. Different from dinosaurs.
Pebbles that are particularly smooth, hard, and rounded. They've been worn by the action of river water, but they're hard to find.
Very funny, Damwing.
Here, however, in the pool at the bottom of the waterfall, there are plenty of them, and the Turangisaurs can take their pick.
Yeah, to be used as ballast. There you go, Jared Rick, yeah.
They swallow them.
Love seeing that lump move down the neck.
They need the stones to act both as ballast and as gizzard stones, gastroliths.
I don't know if they actually had gizzards, though.
In their stomachs to grind up their unchewed food.
I'm not sure about that part. But I don't know. And Gay Hibiscus says gastroliths are super debated in science, even in extant species. I did not know that. Huh. Interesting. That would make a lot of sense. There's a surprising number of things like that where even in modern animals that you can observe in the wild or study in the laboratory, there's still debate about them. Like, take for instance Komodo dragons. Are Komodo dragons venomous? Depends on who you ask. There's the old idea that they've got a septic bite, that basically their mouths are home to all of these communities of bacteria that will infect prey once they bite onto them. And it's that infection that causes the prey animal to sicken and die after being bitten. And then there are some researchers who say, no, there's definitely venom in there because they have these glands that look suspiciously like venom glands in their mouths. But there's still debate about this, you know? And that's in an extant animal, an animal around today. It's still alive. You can look at them in a zoo, like I did today at the San Francisco Zoo. I tried to, at least. I didn't actually see any in the enclosure, but I didn't have enough time there. But anyway, yeah. And why not both? I don't know. Maybe it is both. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, and Dinosaur Dave, interesting. Paleontologist Phil Horry told me that most squamates are venomous, even constrictor snakes. It's just that it's not super specialized and is more of an anticoagulant. Interesting. Huh. Anyway, yeah. And Armored Prayer. Yeah, people have done that. There's still debate over whether or not Komodo dragons are venomous. Varanus komodoensis. Venom, here we go. In late 2005, researchers at the University of Melbourne speculated that the parenti, Varanus giganteus, and other species of monitor and agamids might be somewhat venomous. Yeah. In 2009, the same researchers published further evidence demonstrating Komodo dragons possess a venomous bite. MRI scans of a preserved skull showed the presence of 2 glands in the lower jaw. Yeah, so samples from that contain several different toxic proteins. Other scientists have stated that this allegation of venom glands has had the effect of underestimating the variety of complex roles played by oral secretions in the biology of reptiles, producing a very narrow view of oral secretions and resulted in misinterpretation of reptile evolution. According to these scientists, reptilian oral secretions contribute to many biological roles other than to quickly dispatch prey. Calling all in this clade venomous implies an overall potential danger that does not exist, misleads in the assessment of medical risks, and confuses the biological assessment of squamate biochemical systems. Evolutionary biologist Schwenk says that even if the lizards had venom-like proteins in their mouths, they may be using them for a different function. And he doubts that venom is necessary to explain the effect of Komodo dragon bite, arguing that shock and blood loss are the primary factors. So again, it's debated. Yeah. Interesting stuff, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And, I Am the Yaki says, I studied geology in college, but never got to take paleo. I'm currently reading The Rise and Fall of the Dinosaurs, by Stu Bersati. Nice. Do you have any recommendations for books that talk about geology and dinosaurs? I do, actually. Welcome to Paleontologizing, by the way. It's good to have you here.
Hello. The creature people
and Draw Curiosity
is a paleontologist.
Thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Here, just real quick recommendation. Yeah. I would highly recommend this book here by Michael Novacek. One of my very favorite books called Time Traveler, In Search of Dinosaurs and Other Fossils from Montana to Mongolia. Talks a lot about fossil mammals. Anywho, it's sort of like an autobiography of his fieldwork. It reads kind of like an adventure novel in a lot of ways. But very unpretentious, just excellent book. So I'd recommend that one. And there's a good deal of geology in there as well. Draw Curiosity, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you? And Sweetie Pie, are you joining us again? My goodness. She is just all over the camera today, isn't she? Anyway, Draw Curiosity, I'm really glad you're here. Welcome. And we are packing for Japan. Although usually we do some SciComm. Very cool. Well, where are you going in Japan? That's exciting. Anyway, welcome. If any of you are here for the first time, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, being joined by one of my landlords here. This is Sweetie Pie. She's very keen on this plant over here, isn't she? Plastic plant. Anyway, we talk fossils here. We talk natural history, evolution, functional morphology, science in general. So, it's good to have you. And Tokyo, very cool. That is awesome. There's a magnificent museum in Tokyo. I don't know if it's on your agenda, but holy cow. The big Natural History Museum there, I'm told, is pretty phenomenal. What is the big museum called? Let's see. The National Museum of Nature and Science in Tokyo. We'll find video of it. I'm pretty sure that if any of you played the video game Animal Crossing, the dinosaur exhibits in that, the fossil exhibits in general, I think are largely based on these specimens. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Here, let's get to the fossils, shall we? There we go. That looks like a cast of Stan right there, the Tyrannosaurus specimen from BHI. There's their Pachycephalosaurus. I think that's a tree-bold specimen. Stan again. Various ceratopsians. Nice. Pachyrhinosaurus. Rhinoceratops, I think. Triceratops. Lovely. This is just a slideshow. I was hoping to get video here. Anyway, cool stuff. I've never been to Tokyo, but I've heard good things about the museum. And Pomus says, how tall was Pachycephalosaurus? Not that tall. You'll see like older illustrations of Pachycephalosaurus. That just show it really, really huge. For whatever reason. This is a trend that seemed to start in like the 80s and has continued almost into the present. Like showing Pachycephalosaurus as being like identical in size to T-Rex. Yeah, right there. It's not that big. You know, Pachycephalosaurus is about this size, and it's the largest of the Pachycephalosaurs. It's the largest member of its family. And what is the music playing? It's a bop. Let me find the track name. It's called Bang! Exclamation mark. Mustang! Exclamation mark. By Echo Brain Mantra. Bang! Mustang! By Echo Brain Mantra. Anywho, yeah, Pachycephalosaurus, while it is the largest of the Pachycephalosaurs, it's not huge. I've got a Pachy skull over here. Let me grab that. There we go. Whoa, yeah, Sweetie Pie. Look. About Sweetie Pie sized. Can you scoot over? Give me some space for the dinosaur skull? There. There we go. This is my 3D printed Pachycephalosaurus skull. This is about the size of the very biggest one ever found. To my knowledge. It's not a huge animal. And its head is pretty large in proportion to its frame. More so than a lot of other dinosaurs, certainly. But, yeah. Anyhow, let me see if I can find video of that, actually. Hang on a sec.
Ontogeny.
Because I was right next to a Pachycephalosaurus skeleton just the other day. Last week, when we were in Florida at Dino Land, USA. Let's see here. Where's that pachyskeleton? There we go.
Ontogeny.
Again, the coolest playground ever made.
There we go.
Right here.
And it's a rare, appropriately sized Pachycephalosaurus.
For whatever reason, back in like the 80s and 90s, there was this tendency to make Pachycephalosaurus gigantic, and all kinds of dinosaur books and models, and that Dynamation animatronic and stuff like that. This is like actual size for a Pachycephalosaurus.
Yep.
It's the largest of the Pachycephalosaurs, but
It's
not
based
a
on the
huge
actual
dinosaur.
fossils there.
Very cool. And I recognize this. This is, I think, the same specimen I've got back home.
Yep.
The sharp edges and pointy bits are filed down somewhat like this, so kids don't poke their eyes out. But this is the same one that I've got at home. Same one that I've got 3D printed.
Yep.
I think it might be
Pretty
a
sure it
treatable
is.
specimen. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Anyhow. Sweetie Pie, what are you doing? I'm gonna ask you to move, okay? You've been on the desk for like half of today's stream. There we go. That's a little better. Anywho, draw curiosity. You said you do science communication as well. Can I ask what kind? What's your area of expertise? It's cool to have fellow science people who stream here on Twitch. Thank you for doing that. Oh, and I try not to worry about that too much. I don't know. I've been on field crews where we use the term pachy to refer to pachycephalosaurs all the time, and it's generally understood that that's what we're talking about, Yeah, I don't know. Not worried about it. I think people know that I don't have nefarious intent. Yeah. There are lots of things in American English, too, that sound obscene or naughty or offensive. And, if you were to say them with a British accent. Luckily, I do not have a British accent. Of any kind. Except for, affected ones, but I'm not doing that here. This is my real, normal voice, no affectations. But yeah. And let's see. Make videos for YouTube and Nebula. Very cool. PhD in insect flight biomechanics. Really neat. Draw curiosity. Talk a lot about biology, insects, sometimes space and physics. Lots of camera and tech too. Museum visits. Very, very cool. That's awesome. Yeah. Very, very cool. Wow. I'm gonna have to follow it. Let's do that right now. Pretty cool. All right. Follow. Nice. There we go. Oh, no worries, Ken. Yeah, no, I appreciate you, Ken. Starling Fan says, Danny, how do you finish your prints? Any coatings or paints? Looks really good. Yeah, so I still have to do a few coats of paint on this, and also some of the stuff on the underside. There's multiple pieces that comprise this skull. I've got a very small, not very small, but smallish printer that's currently on the fritz. I'm hoping to fix it maybe tonight. But yeah, I use water putty to fill in a lot of the gaps, the seams and stuff like that. Durham's water putty. Yeah. There we go. It's pretty cheap. You can get it at a hardware store. Really versatile stuff. nothing fancy. Something that's a bit more expensive is XTC 3D. This is the compound that I use. It's a 2-part epoxy kind of a deal. It's like a sealant, smoothing compound. You can paint it onto 3D prints to get rid of the print lines, just make it nice and smooth, and also strengthen it. It like chemically bonds with the thing. It's not just like a coating over the surface. And I think partially melts the filament once it's printed. It's cool stuff, but it is a little pricey. In fact, I just realized I'm running really low on this. I should throw some more on the old Amazon wish list. There we go. Oh boy, yeah. It's a little on the expensive side, but it is well worth it. Holy cow. And I'm gonna need a lot of this for some upcoming projects. One of them is finishing our Dippy skull right here. Showing off earlier. Our Diplodocus skull there. Yeah. Anyway. And Draw Curiosity, hey, thank you for rating. I appreciate you bringing your viewers here. You have a great rest of your evening, morning, whatever time zone it may be where you are. I appreciate you. Thank you for bringing your people here. Great rest of your day. I hope to catch one of your streams sometime soon. Yeah. Anyway, Starling fan, I hope that answers your question there. Yeah. And birthday surprise cooking for Danny for the end of the month. Well, wow, Charlie's Dragon. Holy cow. Ignore that, Sith Lenina. Okay. Ignored. Oh. Anyway, good stuff. Let's continue with our video here and see where it takes us.
It takes a long time for food to pass through a huge animal's enormous digestive tract, giving microorganisms more time to extract nutrients.
Yep.
So sauropods could digest even the poorest quality plant material.
I like to say.
Oh, and again, pausing and going on tangents. That's what these streams are all about sometimes, you know? Last summer, I saw the coolest talk about this at the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems meeting. Here we go. Mariah Howell is a researcher. I think she's from the American South or Midwest. She's from Indiana? I forget. Anyway, she's at the University of Bonn in Germany now. I think getting her PhD. And she was looking at dinosaur diets by really, really interesting means. Looking at like sauropod dinosaurs. And, well, not so much looking at sauropod dinosaurs. Let me see if I can find this. And, oh, I forgot, it was published. Yes, very nice. Here, I'm gonna find this in my downloads and then I can show you. Digestibility of dinosaur food plants revisited and expanded. Previous data, new taxa, microbiome donors, foliage maturity, and seasonality. This is really cool stuff. So though the living relatives of Mesozoic flora That's things like ferns, horsetails, cycads, tree ferns, stuff like that. This is like a almost archetypical Mesozoic floral menagerie here. Cycads, tree ferns, horsetails, conifers, stuff like that. Non-flowering plants. Even though the living relatives of those plants today were once assumed to constitute a nutritionally poor diet for dinosaur herbivores, like Jim Farlow said in the video that we were watching. In vitro fermentation of their foliage has shown that gymnosperms, ferns, and fern relatives can be as highly digestible as angiosperm grasses and dicots. So those prehistoric plants, whose relatives are alive today, when you actually, like, digest those in a laboratory setting, they can offer as much nutrition as some of the modern flowering plants that we think of as being kind of more part and parcel of like a modern ecosystem. Because nutritional information cannot be preserved in the fossil record, this laboratory approach, first published in 2008, provides a novel alternative to evaluate the digestive quality of the plants that were available to dinosaur mega-herbivores, such as sauropods. However, few further studies have since been conducted to supplement and confirm the high fermentive capacity of non-angiospermous taxa. So these, like, prehistoric plants, they've not been well studied enough in a laboratory setting to, like, really get a good understanding of how digestible they are. Here we show that living relatives of the Aracaceae, these are, like, monkey puzzle trees and kin. Yeah, these very, very cool trees. The national tree of Chile, the monkey puzzle. So they and Equistaceae, these are horsetails. These guys, both presumably eaten by dinosaurs. They are consistently highly digestible, even between taxa when influenced by environmental and biological factors, while fern taxa are inconsistent on the family level. So ferns, they're a diverse enough group that, like, different families, some are more digestible, some are less, some have higher nutritional value, some have lower. These results reinforce previous findings about the high energetic potential of Jurassic Age plant families. Anyway, this is really, really cool stuff. And here is a link, if you'd like to read it yourself. It is, of course, open access. No paywall.
Access granted.
Pretty neat. So take a look at that. One of the coolest talks I've seen in a long time. It involved... So Mariah was showing photographs of this research facility, like an agricultural research facility there in Germany, where they've got this thing with a cow, like a living, breathing, walking around cow. Very happy cow, seemed like. With a big, like, plug taken out of its side. So there's basically like a hatch on the side of this cow that you can unscrew it and open it up and reach your arm down into the stomach, which sounds really gross, and I kind of retched a little bit looking at the pictures, but it's really, really fascinating because it's a way of actually learning how these animals digest their food, and you can take samples of their gastric juices out, and that's what she had done in this study. Put some of these Mesozoic plants in there, the modern representatives of monkey puzzle tree family and ferns and cycads and horsetails, and then digested them in the laboratory using those gastric juices to try and figure out which of these species yielded the most nutritional value, which digested the easiest, that kind of thing. Really, really cool approach. It's awesome stuff. Yeah. But yeah. And Diagonal, yes indeed. Aracaceae, such a cool group. There's some of them that exist in cultivation, like they're pretty common as like cultivated plants. Like the Norfolk pine, I think is a member of Aracaceae, right? Yeah. I don't know where they're from originally. I kind of doubt it's Norfolk Island. They're part of Aracaceae, right? Let's look them up on the Tree of Life here. Norfolk Island pine. Norfolk Island Araucaria, yeah, there we go. It's not a true pine. There we go. Yeah. I don't know where they're from originally. Oh, it's an external territory of Australia. Okay, so they are still Gondwana in origin. But yeah, this whole group, Aracaceae, genus Araucaria in particular. Yeah, the monkey puzzles, they are so cool. Such cool plants. There's a chance we might see some of these sometime soon if we do a botanical garden visit, but we'll have to see. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And yowza, Mayor-Space, that is dire. I hope your nephew's doing better nowadays. Yowza. Yeah. And, Zix Creeching says the cow at the porthole. Seen it, yeah. It's apparently pretty common in agricultural research institutions, aka cow colleges. Yeah. I think we had some at Montana State when I was there. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah, anyhow. And all that tangent from this right here.
Giving microorganisms more time to extract nutrients. So sauropods could digest even the poorest
That's interesting.
Huh. I like to say the equivalent of shredded newspaper. And I suspect that sauropods could get by on that stuff. They were among the best herbivores that have ever lived, I suspect, in their ability to survive on really crummy food.
Apparently the food was not that crummy, though. Like we were saying, some of those horsetails and Araucaria, those are actually pretty high. Like, a lot of nutritional value in those. They're part of this complete breakfast, you know? You remember that from, here. Where there's, you know, I don't know if it's based on some sort of a law or something like that. Calvin and Hobbes comic about that. Give me a break. This is like eating a bowl of milk duds. Look, it says right on the box, part of a wholesome, nutritious, balanced breakfast. And they show a guy eating 5 grapefruits, a dozen bran muffins. Anywho. Apparently a balanced breakfast for a sauropod might just be horsetails and Araucaria. Those are maybe nutritionally sufficient. But yeah. Oh, an interesting sloppy salamander. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. That's definitely a thing. Yeah. Yeah, a port. It's called a cannula, apparently. Acts as a porthole-like device that allows access to the rumen of a cow, so to perform research and analysis of the digestive system, to allow veterinarians to transplant rumen contents from one cow to another. Yeah. I'm not going to show you any up-close images, because it is a little unsettling. At least to somebody like me. Yeah. But anyway, it's fascinating stuff, you know? I wish I weren't so squeamish about things like this, but, you know, I'm told that it's a result of an excess of empathy. Anywho.
Sauropods were built to eat. They took full advantage of whatever plant life grew around them.
This
But how much food did one of these giants eat?
Okay,
Well,
that's the
if Jed
tube part.
was feeding
Interesting. Okay.
sauropods instead of cows, he'd probably need a lot more land.
Jed was telling me that a 1,000-pound cow, if you were going to pasture it, about 10 acres, which is about the size of the field that we've got around us here. If we want to compare that with what a sauropod is doing, a 50-ton sauropod that's warm-blooded, you're probably looking at something like 270 acres, which is basically a little bit farther than as far as you can see from this hill we're on.
A single sauropod could consume almost 700 pounds of vegetation in a day.
Oh yeah, easy, I bet.
That's if it were warm-blooded. But not all scientists are convinced dinosaurs were warm-blooded. In fact, Farlow thinks warm-blooded sauropods would have devastated plant life so fast, nothing would have been left for them to survive on. So they must have been cold-blooded.
Sweetie pie again, my goodness.
Warm-blooded animals like cows need to keep their internal temperature high by eating lots of food. Cold-blooded animals like lizards rely on the sun for warmth and eat less. If cold-blooded, a sauropod would still need to eat almost 250 pounds of plants every day. Whether warm-blooded or cold,
we've got pretty good evidence
sauropods must have had voracious appetites. They amble through forests, devouring the scenery. With each thunderous step, they left a trail of clues hinting at their behavior. Tracks that are now being uncovered millions of years later by a new breed of dinosaur expert. Flying high in the sky, dinosaur expert Christian Mayer has spotted traces of huge dinosaurs in a Swiss mountain range known as the Jura, the place where the Jurassic period of the Age of Dinosaurs got its name.
Yeah.
He's discovered dinosaur trackways here, covering an area 3 times the size of New York City. It's called a mega track site. Mayer knows that bones can tell a lot about anatomy, but only tracks can reveal clues about the movements of dinosaurs.
And Gay Hibiscus makes a good point here. Thunderous step. I do wonder how loud they actually were. That's the thing, is that, like, they may have made big reverberations to the ground, but I doubt that they would have sounded like thunder while walking. I mean, these are animals that were supremely well adapted for walking around on land. They would not have had a very heavy, inefficient kind of a step. They would have been, you know, they had these huge, like, fatty foot pads, we think, to help cushion their step, and then also help pump blood back up the leg. Here, I think we've got a clip that talks about that too. Let's see. There we go. So this is a Titanosaur Patagotitan. It's this particular critter. Yeah, anywho. Down to the hind limbs here. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool. Elephants are animals that you would expect to, like, be really loud walking around because they are so heavy. They're not. Elephants tend to be pretty quiet. In fact, they can sneak up on you in a forest as long as, you know, they're not crunching over dried leaves or whatever. They tend to have very soft footfalls. And sauropod dinosaurs likely would have been the same way, I would imagine. Maybe not if more so, you know? Yeah, not very energy efficient to go stamping around petulantly. Thunderous. Exactly, Starling Fan. Exactly. Yeah. 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 And yeah, it doesn't make sense for animals to be incredibly loud while traveling. Exactly, again, hibiscus. Yeah, unless they're trying to communicate with each other. Yeah. Yeah. And Sir Keels says, just saw a video on Reddit of a lady explaining why dinosaur de-extinction is impossible. Turns out that amber is porous and allows the DNA to degrade rather quickly. Yes. Yeah, I think DNA is porous to water, too, so, like, water is exactly what breaks down DNA. So, yeah. It's not some sort of magical time capsule that leaves things, you know, preserves things perfectly. Amber would be a really bad medium for trying to preserve DNA. Yeah. Especially something that's 66 plus million years old. But yeah, Circules, that's legit. Yeah. Anywho. And TMK says Jurassic Park was lying with the footprint sound. Yeah, do you know what actually made that? What made the reverberations in that? Oh goodness, that's not what I'm looking for. Here we go. This is gonna be video. Annoying. Yeah. A big animal like Tyrannosaurus would not have, you know, had really, really thudding, heavy footfalls like that. Not at all. Here. And I know, but I don't want to spoil it. Yeah, Lenina, here, I'll go ahead and spoil it, I guess. You could have, it's fine. The way that they actually got the perfect ripples to appear in a, like in that cup of water was, apparently it was, I think it was Steven Spielberg was at a party, and then somebody had a guitar there, and there was a glass of water on top of the guitar, like sitting on the body of the guitar, and then he plucked a string and then get these perfect ripples like that. And that's actually how they replicated that on the dashboard of the car, as they actually had to like hook up essentially a guitar string underneath that and pluck it, and that's what made that same reverberation. A big like heavy footstep would not do that outside the car, not even from a dinosaur. Anywho, prehistoric planet clip number 4. Hopefully our last one for today is this, with Tyrannosaurus hunting Edmontosaurus. T-Rex.
They are great hunters.
T-Rex. Beautiful representation of Tyrannosaurus in this show.
The most powerful land predators on the planet. They usually ambush their prey.
And there you go, gay hibiscus. That does make sense, yeah.
With so
There's a lot of
much
aspects of Jurassic Park that are like that.
This is not the right time to attack.
Sweetie pie, I need you to move, okay? You can come sit on my lap if you want. Oh, come here.
As
Can't have you
darkness
sitting in front of
falls,
the camera, though.
some of the herds that had been grazing out in the open retreat into the forest for shelter.
Come here.
Now, the odds switch in favor of the predators.
And its descent says,
Have the largest...
is there a specific reason for their eyebrow bones being so prominent? We think it might have been for display, but that's legit. Like, we've got... You're talking about the big lacrimal crests? Yeah. You're talking about, like, 2 or 3 up there? Yeah, I mean, we've got evidence of this in Tyrannosaurus. Is this? I guess this is T-Rex. Yeah. But yeah, it's something that probably changed during ontogeny, so it's probably like a sign of maturity. In younger Tyrannosaurs, they're not nearly as prominent. And then as the animal grows and develops, those are kind of like a sign of maturity. Here, I'll show you. Here is a, depending on who you ask, either a young Tyrannosaurus skull or a representative of an entirely different genus of dinosaur, Nanotyrannus. I think it's probably the former, but there's some debate about that currently. Anyway, lacrimal crest right here is what you're talking about, or maybe the postorbital. But yeah, these get more pronounced and beefier as the animals get older, more mature. Anyway, yeah. Axeman says, it seems to me that those bone crests might provide some protection for their eyes while using their teeth as a primary weapon. Maybe, yeah. Although you would think that they would need that throughout their entire life. I don't know, maybe not. But, yeah. We tend to think it's mostly for display. And like a sign of maturity, but maybe not.
Eyes of any dinosaur.
Sure.
Tyrannosaurs have the largest eyes of any dinosaur, which gives them superb low-light vision.
That's an interesting idea in aerospace.
Able to move through the forest in near silence.
Here we go.
Thanks to cushioned pads on their feet.
So I really like that certain things in Prehistoric Planet, it feels like they're put in there specifically to counter different myths that Jurassic Park kind of introduced into the public consciousness. This idea of like the water shaking when a T-Rex is nearby. I can understand why they put that in the movie. It almost reminds me of like the barrels in Jaws, meant to be able to tell you that this big carnivorous animal is nearby, even if you can't see it. Build suspense like that. I get it, but it definitely put this idea into the minds of many people in the general public that these animals, would have been stomping around and at least reinforce that idea if it didn't originally implant it in people's heads. So I love that this kind of runs directly counter to that, you know?
And they're able to move through the forest in near silence, thanks to cushioned pads on their feet.
And there goes Zeno Bambino, exactly.
A group of Edmontosaurs.
Big duck-billed dinosaurs. The biggest dinosaurs in the Hell Creek. A full-grown Edmontosaurus is bigger than T-Rex.
They lack
And Coisopod.
but they're as big
What a great
as
name.
T-Rex
I agree.
and twice as fast. To catch one needs cunning. Each of the hunters carefully moves into position.
I've dug up both of these dinosaurs before, T-Rex and Edmontosaurus.
Then one deliberately makes a noise. The Edmontosaurs are alarmed. They now know hunters are close, but they don't know exactly where they are. Time to spring the trap. One T-Rex rushes out. The herd panics and bolts to where the other T-Rex is waiting, in ambush.
Yowza.
The perfectly executed plan.
There you go.
By one of the greatest land predators that have ever lived.
Pretty cool. Give you a link to that right here. If you haven't seen Prehistoric Planet, highly recommend it. Yeah. And Quenda Rush says, I think it's a bit unfair to tease Jurassic Park. I mean, I do it all the time. I'm a paleontologist. A lot of people became interested in paleontology to the point where they can point out the inaccuracies due to that movie. I mean, that's definitely true. Beyond that, there are a whole bunch of paleontologists who owe their very career to that film, in the sense that in the 1990s, after Jurassic Park premiered, public interest in dinosaurs went from up here to off the charts, you know? And because of that, there was a lot more funding for dinosaur paleontology. The number of dinosaur paleontologist jobs in the US increased. It may have doubled overnight. I don't actually know the exact figures, but man, was there suddenly much more room for paleontologists to make a living. Like, the number of museums who wanted to hire dinosaur paleontologists, and the museum attendants shot up after Jurassic Park as well. Like, it's had a huge, very positive influence on our field of study. Which is really cool. But I don't look at it like we owe a debt of fealty to Jurassic Park. It's really kind of the opposite. What made Jurassic Park so cool, in part, was the fact that it tried to portray dinosaurs to a certain extent as animals rather than as monsters. To a certain extent. There's always going to be some monstrification there, of course. All the carnivorous dinosaurs are, you know, going to be relentlessly pursuing people to eat and stuff. Unlike real animals would.
Mighty hunter of the Jurassic
And Okami Kuma, thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that.
long dagger-like teeth.
Thank you, thank you. But, for the most part, you know, there's even a line in the movie. Let's see. There we go. They're not monsters, you know? The idea that the dinosaurs are portrayed as dinosaurs in that film, and there's a valiant effort being made to make them be authentic, to make them seem believable, like real animals. I think that's the main reason for that film's success. You know, there are a lot of puzzle pieces that all fit together. An excellent cast, good writing, phenomenal editing, a brilliant score by John Williams. All of these puzzle pieces fit together, but I think the centerpiece, what actually made the film as successful as it was its portrayal of dinosaurs. And that comes from the science that was being done on dinosaurs prior to that. The dinosaur renaissance. From Deinonychus up until the work of, you know, Jack Horner and without that, you wouldn't have had nearly as compelling a film. You wouldn't have had as nearly as compelling a subject matter. Anyhow. Yeah. Okami Kuma says it really made people, myself included, fall in love with dinosaurs. Yeah, because it portrayed dinosaurs as being really vibrant, active, fascinating, sometimes intelligent, social, just cool creatures. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah. So anyhow. I hope that makes sense. I've got very positive feelings about the original Jurassic Park. It sort of diminishes, I don't know, when you get to Jurassic World. It just doesn't live up to the original at all. In any way, really. But overall, I've got, you know, positive feelings. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, boo. Yeah, there you go. And Quenderush says, I appreciate your response. I really do. Thanks. Thank you for speaking your mind in the chat, too. I appreciate that. Yeah. I appreciate a little bit of pushback every once in a while, you know? Thank you for offering that. And thank you for, you know, helping foster a cool, mostly one-sided conversation. But I don't know. Yeah. Anywho. That being said, I've got some stuff I got to do tonight. So we're going to wrap this up pretty soon. But we've got more IRL streams coming up this week. I've got to prepare for some of these, actually. Yeah, check out the schedule if you want to know more about those, although all that is subject to change. We'll see. Hopefully I'll be streaming tomorrow from a cool place, and I will see you then. But for now, let's wrap things up here, and here's a Deinonychus to run under our credits. Speaking of Jurassic Park, this is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park, is actually Deinonychus. Yeah. Let's see who else is live on Twitch right now, and we can start a raid. There you go, Mayor Space. True. Yeah, and thank you, Lenina. I appreciate you. Who else is live right now? Oh, Casey Snowart is live. We'll go see what she's up to. She's gonna do some dinosaur art with a feathered dromaeosaur. Oh, that is super cool. Oh, holy cow! Look at what Casey Snowart is doing. Oh man, we're gonna go right into her. So don't go away. Yeah, beautiful. Everybody, thank you for a fun stream today. Sorry we didn't get the stream from the zoo. I'll work on the equipment and make sure we get that fixed so we can do more IRL streams starting tomorrow. But until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Thank you to to everybody who's being named in our credits. Moderators and raiders, followers and subscribers, gifters and cheerers, and chatters, question askers, and lurkers too. Thank you all for making this stream a good one. I appreciate your support, your attention, your viewership. Hope you learned something today. Hope you've got a newfound or embiggened appreciation for life on our incredible planet Earth and its long and storied history. And everybody, you take care of yourselves. Let's go check in with Casey Snowart. I'll see you there. Bye-bye.